Chapter 3076. Although the metal element inheritor of the Dark Palace was an indispensable part of the Sky-class island plan, it wasn't irreplaceable. If the Dark Palace really couldn't do it, then that place, the Five-Element sect, would definitely look for other ways to replace it. It was possible to let a cultivator with a better metal attribute physique gain enlightenment from metal. Although the success rate was relatively low, it was said that wood attribute inheritors could be replaced in this way. Therefore, the Grand Elder really felt a sense of urgency. Yuan Heir, tell me, what do you think we should do? The Grand Elder was truly anxious this time. When you married a mortal and gave birth to a little bastard, a part of your Dark Phoenix bloodline was separated. Now, if you don't get the inheritance, our Dark Palace is done for. Done for. Do you understand? I'm sorry. Yuan Heir lowered her head. She was already a Sky-class early phase now, but she wasn't happy at all. She knew that she wouldn't be able to get the inheritance in the near future. This was a fatal blow to the Dark Palace. I'm sorry. What's the use of sorry? The Grand Elder gritted her teeth. I've decided, I'll kill Pingzhan, that mortal, and Meng Yao, that little bastard, to vent my anger. Otherwise, it won't be enough to appease my anger. Don't. Yuan Heir jumped in fright. She didn't expect the Grand Elder to be this ruthless. He was going to attack Meng Yao and Pingzhan. She panicked. Grand Elder, you don't remember Mr. Yang? Wow. Yuan Heir, you're using that Yang to threaten me. After the Elder heard Yuan Heir's words, it was as if she had stepped on his foot. He flew into a rage and said, that Yang guy has disappeared for more than 10 years. It's not even certain whether he's dead or not. You want to use him to threaten me? I'm telling you, if he was still alive, he would have come out a long time ago. Would he wait until now? Yuan Heir, stop dreaming. The Grand Elder roared in exasperation. Of course, this was for Yuan Heir, and also for the Grand Elder herself, because she felt guilty. Although that ruthless man had disappeared for more than 10 years, it was undeniable that he was an incomparably terrifying existence in the Grand Elder's heart. Not to mention the Grand Supreme Elder, any ancient sect would be scared out of their wits at the mention of those two people, the Vajra-Fiend duo. As for the Great Elder, he had actually fought with one of the two and even compromised. The one with the surname Yang was Yuan Heir and Pingzhan's support. If it weren't for him, the Grand Elder wouldn't have let Pingzhan and Meng Yao go. It was because he was too afraid that the Grand Elder didn't allow anyone to mention this person. Even if this person had disappeared for more than 10 years, the Grand Elder would still feel guilty when she heard this name, so she was flustered and exasperated. Yuan Heir felt wronged. Was it wrong to pursue love? Is it wrong to not want to marry someone you don't like? However, in the final analysis, even if Mr. Yang left, if Mr. Yang was still there, would the Supreme Elder dare to do this? If Mr. Yang was still here, then the Palace of Darkness would be destroyed because of him. It wouldn't decline, right? Alright, I declare that from today onwards, Yuan Heir will no longer be the Palace Master of the Dark Palace. The Grand Elder had already made his decision. I will temporarily take over the position of Palace Lord until the Dark Phoenix Guiding Stone is activated and a new inheritor of the Dark Phoenix bloodline is found. She will be the new Palace Lord. The new Palace Master will lead us to glory. Yuan Heir didn't really care about the position of Palace Master of the Dark Palace. She just wanted to be a normal girl, spending the rest of her life with Pingzhan, taking care of her husband and raising their children. How happy would that be? But now, she had been forcefully pushed into the position of Palace Master. Every day, aside from training, she would inherit. She was already bored enough, but she couldn't say anything about it. Now, Yuan Heir was free. But, what she was most afraid of was that the Grand Elder would do something to Pingzhan and Meng Yao. So, she didn't care if she was going to fall out with the Grand Elder. She said quickly, "Grand Elder, finding a new inheritor of the Dark Phoenix bloodline, and dealing with Pengzhan and Mengyao are two different things. Your priority right now is to find the inheritor. Why are you lowering yourself to these two normal people? Plus, Mingyao's bodyguard, Lin Yi, isn't someone to be trifled with. I heard that he's reached Sky Class early phase now, and can even fight people above his level. You're threatening me again." The Grand Elder glared furiously. "Lin Yi, he's just a freelancer trash. Sky Class early phase. Even if he can fight people above his level, what can he do to me? I'll kill him with one slap. I wouldn't have thought of it if you didn't mention it, this Lin Yi. I'm definitely going to get revenge on him." "That's right, Lin Yi is arrogant and doesn't respect our palace at all. We should get rid of him as soon as possible." "You're wise, Grand Elder." Qibing spoke up. He could tell that Yuan Heir had lost her power, and all he had to do now was follow the Grand Elder's footsteps and serve the new palace master well. It'd be best if he could become the new palace master's confidant, and that'd be the time for him to shine. "You guys." Yuan Heir fell to the ground, powerless. But, she could understand the Grand Elder's anger. From the Grand Elder's point of view, it was Yuan Heir's fault for being with Pengzhan back then, leading to the palace master's current situation. "Alright, that's enough. Elderly, take Yuan Heir to her place to reflect on her wrongdoing. We don't need her in the future." The Grand Elder didn't mind Yuan Heir meeting with Elderly now. Even if the two of them were to plot, they wouldn't be able to come up with anything. Yuan Heir had lost her power. She was just a normal disciple of the palace master, not even an elder. She could only order Elderly around, and the others wouldn't listen to her. Elderly couldn't help her anymore. After all, his power was limited. "Now, the rest of you, follow me to the Dark Phoenix Palace and activate the Dark Phoenix Guiding Stone to find the next inheritor of the Palace Master. We'll kill Lin Yi, Pengzhan, and Mengyao along the way." "Ah. Let's go, miss, let's go back." Elderly sighed. It seemed like the Grand Elder had made up his mind, not giving Yuan Heir a chance to speak or explain. They could only wait for the Grand Elder to find the inheritor of the Dark Phoenix and be in a good mood before pleading with her. Chapter 3077. Elderly, tell me. How can we stop the Grand Elder? Yuan Heir's heart felt like it was being sliced by a knife. She felt that she was a failure as a mother. It was fine if she couldn't raise her daughter, but in the end, she couldn't even protect her, and was even harming her. "Miss, the Great Elder won't do anything to the little miss and the young master for now. After all, her mind isn't on this. The inheritor of the Dark Phoenix bloodline is our palace's priority. The Great Elder is angry right now. Once she finds the inheritor of the Dark Phoenix bloodline and is in a good mood, we can go and plead for them. We should be able to make her stop." Elderly comforted. But whether or not the Grand Elder could change her mind, Elderly wasn't too sure, but in order to not hurt Yuan Heir, he could only say things in a positive direction. "That's true." Yuan Heir breathed out in relief. "Elderly, let's go back first. Can you help me find out about Yao Yao's situation?" "I'll try my best." Elderly sighed. "I've already given control of the Dark Shadow Group to Zhao Qibing, the disciple of Black Cloak. If I want to find out about these things, I can only rely on the people I've trained in the Dark Shadow Group, but it's very difficult for these people to act alone without Zhao Qibing's permission." "Elderly, I'll have to trouble you then." Yuan Heir smiled bitterly. She knew that the Grand Elder was guarding against her and Elderly, so she did her best to take away their power so that they had no right to speak in the palace. The Grand Elder brought a group of elders and disciples of the Dark Palace. They came together to the Dark Phoenix Palace at the peak of the Dark Phoenix mountain range. Here was the ancient Dark Phoenix Guiding Stone. This guiding stone. In fact, its original purpose was to find the Dark Phoenix, but an ancestor of the palace accidentally discovered that this stone could also be used to find the inheritor of the Dark Phoenix bloodline, and this discovery was used until now. As the Grand Elder of the Dark Palace, it was easy for her to activate the Dark Phoenix Guidance Stone. She did all the preparations and activated it. Beneath the Dark Phoenix's guiding stone, it was a huge map of the world, and the coordinates were shockingly accurate. After the Dark Phoenix Stone was activated, a small, ordinary-looking stone suddenly shone with golden light and flew into the sky, reaching a very high altitude. If it wasn't for its blinding light, the people from the Palace of Darkness wouldn't even be able to see its existence. However, the light was simply too dazzling. Even though the Dark Phoenix Guidance Stone had already flown to an altitude of several thousand meters, everyone could still see the golden light radiating from it. This was the power of an ancient divine tool. However, this divine artifact could only be used to find the descendant of the Dark Phoenix bloodline. It couldn't be used as a heaven-ranked divine artifact. Otherwise, it would be extremely powerful. The Grand Elder and everyone else looked up at the Dark Phoenix guiding stone in the sky with bated breath. They knew that the Dark Phoenix Guidance Stone was searching for an inheritor of the Dark Phoenix bloodline. From the sky, it searched for any possessors of the Dark Phoenix bloodline. It was the first time Zhao Qibing had seen something like this, and he clicked his tongue in amazement. This Dark Phoenix Guidance Stone was really something. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have thought that he was watching a sci-fi movie. The hidden world knew too little about these divine weapons, and this was also why even old Zhao didn't have a heaven-class weapon. The hidden house's foundation wasn't strong enough to have something like this. Even in the ancient sects, there weren't many heaven-ranked divine weapons left. Not every heaven-ranked expert could find a divine weapon that was suitable for them to use. This was also the reason why Lin Yi was able to trade a weapon that the Snowy Valley had taken a liking to. Otherwise, the Snowy Valley wouldn't have been willing to take such a loss. The Dark Phoenix Guidance Stone kept circling in the air, emitting a blinding golden light. Everyone from the Dark Palace was extremely nervous, their hearts racing. The Grand Elder himself, on the other hand, was holding his breath. The contents of the Dark Phoenix Guidance Stone affected the future of the entire Dark Palace. If the stone couldn't find an inheritor of the Dark Phoenix bloodline, then the Dark Palace would be finished. Actually, the Dark Phoenix Guidance Stone hadn't been circling in the sky for a long time. In fact, it could even be said to be very short. However, this short 10 minutes felt like a year to everyone present. Even Zhao Qibing was a little nervous. After all, if the Dark Palace became strong, then he would be the strong one. If the Dark Palace was finished, then how was he going to take revenge on Lin Yi? And so, Zhao Qibing prayed in his heart, praying that the Dark Phoenix Guidance Stone would be able to find an inheritor of the Dark Phoenix bloodline smoothly. Slowly, the golden light on the Dark Phoenix Guidance Stone grew dimmer and dimmer, disappearing as the stone started to descend as well. Either the Dark Phoenix Guiding Stone had found the inheritor of the Dark Phoenix bloodline, or the Dark Phoenix Guiding Stone hadn't found the inheritor. There were only two possibilities. The result would soon be revealed. With a swoosh, the Dark Phoenix Guidance Stone landed on a spot on the map. But no matter where it landed, as long as it didn't land on the starting point, it meant that it had found the inheritor of the Dark Phoenix bloodline. Found it, Grand Elder, found it. Zhao Qibing pointed at the map and yelled. As far as he was concerned, the Dark Palace was about to become strong, and he, Zhao Qibing, was about to follow suit. What's the coordinate? Write it down and look it up on the computer. The Grand Elder was very excited, he didn't think that they would really find it. In this world, other than the inheritors of the Dark Palace, there was someone else with the Dark Phoenix bloodline. One had to know that the Dark Phoenix Guidance Stone couldn't be wrong. If it said there was, then there was. And now, they didn't need to look for the coordinates anymore. Now that they had computers, the Dark Palace was also using this kind of high-tech equipment. As long as they input the coordinates of the Dark Phoenix guidance stone into the computer, they would be able to pinpoint a city. Although it was only a city's area, as long as they knew the approximate distance, the Grand Elder would be able to sense the existence of the inheritor of the Dark Phoenix bloodline. All he had to do was follow his intuition. Chapter 3078. He entered the coordinates Xiao Qibing gave him into the computer, but the city's location shocked the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, the coordinates are in the north of East Ocean City. The disciple reported the result to the Grand Elder. Donghai City. Grand Elder, of course, wasn't a stranger to Donghai City. She sent people to cause trouble for Lin Yi in Donghai City, but she didn't expect the inheritor of the Dark Phoenix bloodline to be in Donghai City as well. If the Grand Elder had known this, he would have gone to East Ocean City himself. Only those who had cultivated the Dark Knight Palace cultivation technique and reached the late stage of the Heaven Realm could sense the aura of the inheritor of the Dark Phoenix bloodline, but the Black-Robed Elder didn't have this ability. That's right, it's Donghai City. The disciple turned the screen to face Grand Elder. The Grand Elder glanced at it and nodded, knowing that the disciple wouldn't lie to her. Now, she was ready to go to East Ocean City in person. Donghai City. That's great, it's Heaven's will. Grand Elder smiled coldly. This way, I don't even have to do anything. I'll just find the inheritor and kill Lin Yi, Meng Yao, and Peng Zhan. Grand Elder, you're wise. Xiao Qibing was overjoyed. If the Grand Elder came personally, then Lin Yi would be nothing no matter how strong he was. Grand Elder was a sky-class late-stage peak now. Killing Lin Yi would be a piece of cake. Alright, Qibing, don't flatter me. I know you want to kill Lin Yi, but so do I. But this old one is also the same. Grand Elder said, but this time, you don't have to go with us. After all, I'm going out to find the inheritor, and if you go with me, it won't be easy for you to take revenge. Yes. Qibing wanted to see Lin Yi die with his own eyes, but since Grand Elder said no, he couldn't force it, could he? Black-Clothed Elder, go talk to the Heavenly Elixir sect and a few other big ancient sections. The Palace of Darkness has activated the Dark Phoenix Guiding Stone and found a new inheritor of the Dark Phoenix. I'm going to enter the mortal world. The Great Elder said to the Elder in Black. Yes. The Black-Clothed Elder quickly nodded. This time, it's perfectly justifiable for us to go. Let's see if the Heavenly Elixir sect dares to stop us. After returning the Dark Phoenix Guiding Stone to its original position and sealing the mechanism, the Grand Elder led the crowd away. He was preparing to enter and leave the mortal world. Yuan Heir and Elderly were the first to know what happened in the Dark Knight Palace. Although Yuan Heir and Elderly had lost their power, they still had some confidence in the Dark Knight Palace. They didn't need to hide what happened before, and they needed to spread the news to all the disciples of the Dark Knight Palace. So Yuan Heir and Elderly also knew. Elderly, what a coincidence, they're both in Donghai. The Great Elder is going to deal with Yao Yao and Peng Zhan. What should we do? Yuan Heir was a little lost. Although she was a Sky-class early-phase master, she didn't have any of the dignity of a Sky-class master. She was like a little girl. Young miss, I didn't expect such a coincidence either. Originally, if we were in two different cities, after the Grand Elder found the Dark Phoenix's inheritor, he would focus all his attention on the Dark Phoenix's inheritor and not bother young miss and young master. However, now that we're in the same city and it's on the way, it'll be easy for him to take revenge. This is a little difficult. Elderly was also having a headache. The coincidences had caught him off guard. Then, what should we do? Yuan Heir panicked. I'll go beg the Great Elder now and ask her to show mercy. I'm still a Sky-class master. Even if I'm not the palace master, I can still be an elder of the Dark Knight Palace. The Great Elder wouldn't want me to have a problem with the Dark Knight Palace because of Yao Yao and Pingzhan, right? Oh. That's a good reason. How about this, we'll go see the Great Elder now. Elderly nodded and said. Okay. Yuaner also nodded and quickly ran with Elderly to the Great Elder's room. At this moment, the black-clothed elder had just gone to notify the Sky Elixir sect and a series of larger ancient sections. This way, the Dark Knight Palace would have enough reason to enter the mortal world. Great Elder, Palace Master. Yuaner and Elderly are here to see you. A disciple carefully reported to the Great Elder. He almost said, Palace Master, but after thinking about it carefully, he realized that it wasn't right. Right now, Yuaner wasn't the Palace Master anymore. Oh. What are they here for? The Supreme Elder frowned. He didn't need to think about it to know that they were here to plead for leniency. But now that the Supreme Elder was in a good mood, he said to the disciple, Okay, then let them come in. Yes. The disciple quickly replied and left the room. After a while, Yuaner and Elderly walked into the Great Elder's room together. Yuaner, Elderly, why are you two here? The Great Elder asked. Great Elder, first of all, Elderly and I are here to congratulate the Great Elder for finding the inheritor of the Dark Phoenix bloodline. This is a joyous occasion for the Dark Knight Palace, and as the previous Palace Master, I'm naturally very happy. Yuaner didn't dare talk about Meng Yao and Pingzhan directly, so she said a few good things first. Yes, this is indeed a good thing. The Grand Elder was also very happy. The Palace of Darkness was almost finished, but now, it was back from the dead. There's one more thing that I would like to speak to the Great Elder about. Elderly suddenly spoke up. Speak. The Great Elder waved his hand and said to Elderly. It's like this, Great Elder, look, Yuaner used to be the Palace Master, and although she isn't now, she's still an early phase Sky class. We're currently lacking talents, so Yuaner can become an Elder. Elderly said. That's for sure, an early phase Sky class is more than enough to become an Elder of the Dark Knight Palace. The Great Elder nodded. Chapter 3079. Ah. The Elder couldn't help but nod. One had to admit that Elderly's words made sense. If she were to kill Pingzhan and Meng Yao, then Yuan would be traumatized as well, and wouldn't be so eager to serve the Palace of Darkness. The Great Elder was a person who placed benefits above all else. In her heart, face and dignity were not important. Only the benefits of the sect were the most important. As long as it could bring benefits to the sect, it was a good thing. Those who brought benefits were good people. Otherwise, it was the opposite. No, Grand Elder. Just as the Grand Elder was hesitating and about to agree to Elderly's request, Zhao Qibing jumped out. Oh. Ambush, why not? Asked the Supreme Elder. Qibing only wanted to kill Lin Yi. Whether Meng Yao and Pingzhan died or not, it didn't matter to him. The ones he wanted to kill the most were Lin Yi and Yushu. But, if the Grand Elder were to let Meng Yao and Pingzhan go, he wouldn't kill Lin Yi for him alone. So, Qibing jumped out and objected. Grand Elder, think about it. If you make a mistake and don't get punished, wouldn't everyone make a mistake? Qibing asked back, if this new inheritor of the Dark Phoenix bloodline had a boyfriend, and she slept with him in private, wouldn't she learn from Yuan, and we wouldn't punish her? Without severe punishment, how can we make her listen to us? Qibing, you're right. The Grand Elder nodded. Indeed, nothing could be accomplished without rules. If he let Pingzhan and Meng Yao go, then he'd be in trouble. If the new inheritor of the Dark Phoenix bloodline were to follow suit, wouldn't it be a complete mess? Grand Elder. It's not like that. Yuan immediately became anxious. Grand Elder, I agree with Zhao Qibing's opinion. The black-robed elder did not give Yuan a chance to speak. He interrupted her and said to the Grand Elder, "Not only must he be punished, he must be severely punished." At that time, he'd find the inheritor and kill Pengzhan and Meng Yao right in front of the inheritor's face. Kill the chicken to warn the monkey, let her see the consequences of disobedience. Elder Black Robe, you're right. The High Elder nodded. She had already made her decision. She waved her hand at Yuan Heir and said, "Yuan Heir, you and Elderly can go back. I have made up my mind, and the matter has already been decided. There will be no more changes. This. Grand Elder, I beg you, please let Yao Yao and the others go, they are innocent." Yuan Heir was anxious. He immediately knelt on the ground. "Zhao Qibing, send the guest off." The Grand Elder humphed coldly, unmoved by Yuan Heir's plea. "Yuan Elderly, please. You don't want to piss off the Grand Elder, do you?" Qibing said. He didn't put Yuan Heir and Elderly in his eyes at all. They were just existences that had lost power in the Palace of Darkness. Qibing believed that as long as he held on to the Grand Elder and the new Palace Master's thighs, his position in the Palace of Darkness would be secure. Of course, this was just the Grand Elder's wishful thinking. If he found the inheritor of the Dark Phoenix bloodline, would she definitely come to the Palace of Darkness to train? What if she didn't come? As far as the Grand Elder was concerned, the Palace of Darkness was very powerful. It was an ancient sect, and people could gain immortality and strength through training. This was something that others would kill for. Wasn't Zhao Qibing the same as well? So, as far as the Grand Elder was concerned, as long as he found the inheritor of the Dark Phoenix bloodline, she would cry and beg to come back to the Palace of Darkness with him. The question of whether or not she would come didn't even cross his mind. Yuan and Elderly had no choice but to go back first. Yuan could only wash her face with tears, while Elderly could only sigh. There was nothing he could do. A Lexus LX 570 stopped in front of Shueshang Business Hotel. This was a business hotel located in East Ocean University. A young man and a middle-aged man got out of the car. These two, naturally, were Dongfang Buruo and Dongfang Cha, who had come to Donghai City. Dongfang Cha, are you sure that Su Shihan has come to Donghai City? Dongfang Buruo had gone through a long journey, and he had some necessities. Although he was a practitioner, he rarely took a car. This sudden trip made him very uncomfortable. He wanted to find a girl to have some fun with, and the best candidate was Su Shihan. So, as soon as the car stopped, Dongfang Buruo couldn't wait anymore. "I'm sure, young Master Buruo." Su Shihan secretly took a plane to Donghai City and didn't inform the media, but I still found her flight records through a company in the common world, Dongfang Cha said. Dongfang Cha said, plus, Feng Tianlin of the ancient Feng family already knows about this. He doesn't want anything to happen to Su Shihan, so he will definitely tell her to hide. So, Su Shihan must be in East Ocean City. Then how do we know where Su Shihan is? Dongfang Buruo was getting impatient. Donghai City is so big, where are we going to find her? Don't worry, there will be news soon. I have other sources of information, Dongfang Cha said. Okay, if that's the case, then we'll wait. Dongfang Buruo knew that he wouldn't be able to see Su Shihan today, so he said to Dongfang Cha, "Go find me a few female students, I want to have some fun. I've been cooped up at home for so long, I finally have the chance to come out and have some fun." "No problem, young Master Buruo." Dongfang Cha nodded. Although, in his eyes, Dongfang Buruo was far from Dongfang Buruo, he couldn't help it. Dongfang Buruo died. Now that Dongfang Buruo was the only heir of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Cha would be able to get on Dongfang Buruo's good side. "And then give me a room to rest first." Dongfang Buruo nodded. As far as he was concerned, getting Su Shihan to bed with a master like Dongfang Cha wasn't a difficult task. Even without Dongfang Cha, he, Dongfang Burua, who was an Earth-class late-phase peak, could handle it. On the other hand, investigating the cause of Dongfang Jian's death was more difficult. Who knew who Dongfang Jian offended in the Cultivator Trade Association? Now, the association wasn't cooperating, and he had to investigate by himself. How was he supposed to investigate? To be honest, Dongfang Burua came to the common world for Su Shihan. Dongfang Jian's death was just an excuse. He didn't care about it at all. Chapter 3080. He was a cold-blooded man. To him, Dongfang Jian might have died because of him, but he was still an elder of the Dongfang family. It was his honor to sacrifice for the family. Dongfang Chao went to look for a number for Dongfang Burua. It had to be said that there were a lot of materialistic women working part-time. Dongfang Chao didn't even need to go out. She directly asked the hotel and got a lot of phone numbers. After finding 2 for Dongfang Burua, Dongfang Chao left the hotel and prepared to inquire about Dongfang Jian. Dongfang Burua didn't care about Dongfang Jian's death, but Dongfang Chao was very concerned about Dongfang Jian's death. Dongfang Chao was also an elder of the family, so he naturally had to find out the cause of Dongfang Jian's death. Otherwise, if Dongfang Chao died one day, no one would avenge him. However, Dongfang Chao received an angry phone call from Dongfang Burua as soon as he left the hotel. Dongfang Chao, are you trying to kill me? Dongfang Burua yelled. Young Master Burua. What's wrong? Dongfang Chao was confused. He didn't know why Dongfang Burua was so angry. He asked carefully, why would I do that? What the hell happened? What happened? Where the fuck did you find them? Dongfang Burua yelled. At the hotel. The waiter gave me a name card. I found them. Dongfang Chao said carefully. He didn't know how he had offended Dongfang Burua. Was the quality of the women he found too low? That couldn't be. He looked at the photos on the card and picked the 2 prettiest ones. Why wasn't Dongfang Burua satisfied? Is that so? There are mushrooms down there. Dongfang Burua yelled, one with mushrooms and one with flowers. Luckily, my eyes are good. Otherwise, I'd be dead if I got AIDS. Hiss. Dongfang Chao was shocked. He didn't expect something like this to happen. It seemed like it was a sick lady in disguise. Dongfang Burua was almost killed. Young Master Burua, I don't know. You know that I asked them to go to their rooms after I found them. I could only see their faces. I couldn't take off their clothes to check. Dongfang Chao said with a bitter smile. Damn it, I told the 2 of them to scram. Dongfang Burua said, this young master is very angry right now. Go and catch 2 purer ones for me. I want sex. I think with your eyesight, you should be able to tell, right? That's true, but... Young Master Bu, we're here to investigate the cause of Dongfang Jian's death. What if something goes wrong if we arrest someone randomly? Dongfang Chao was a little hesitant. He didn't want to cause trouble. Capturing Su Shihan is also capturing, can't we capture her? Dongfang Burua snorted coldly, Dongfang Chao, if my father finds out that you gave me 2 sick girls, think about it yourself. Not weak young master, don't be angry. I'll go find 2 stunning beauties for you right now. Dongfang Chao hurriedly said, but high-quality ones can't be found in a day. That's not a problem. I've already hooked up with 2 waiters from the hotel. They're not bad, but you have to find me a beautiful woman in a few days. Dongfang Burua nodded. That's not a problem. Okay, no problem. Dongfang Chao breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he had enough time, he could slowly look for them. He didn't have to rush. Dongfang Chao originally wanted to go to the trade association, but he could only change his route and find a nearby school. If he wanted to find stunning beauties, he had to be careful. Dongfang Cha looked at the navigation map on his phone. The nearest university was Donghai Industry University. Dongfang Cha walked in the direction of Donghai Industry University. After entering the campus, Dongfang Cha didn't look left and right like an idiot. Instead, he saw a few silk-haired guys sitting under the basketball hoop and chatting. Brothers, chatting. Dongfang Cha quickly walked over and pretended to be chatting. Uncle, who are you? These students were obviously still vigilant. They were still on guard when a stranger suddenly came over to talk to them. Hi, I'm the person in charge of the National School Beauties program on XX website. I'm here to count the school beauties of Donghai Industry University. Dongfang Cha said calmly. Why should we believe you? The guy clearly didn't believe Dongfang Cha. Who knows more? I'll pay for the clues. With that, Dongfang Cha took out a stack of cash from his pocket. There was about 3,000 to 4,000 yuan in it. The guy's eyes lit up. They rushed to say, I know, okay, then you guys can say it together. Everyone can top it up. This money is yours. Dongfang Cha said. These guys were also good buddies in the same dormitory, so it didn't matter who gave the money to. Since everyone was spending it together, everyone started talking at once. The three most popular school beauties in our school are Chu Mengyao, Yushu, and Wang Xinyan. These three are the most popular school beauties in our school. One of the guys started talking. After those three is... Another guy was about to add, but Dongfang Cha cut him off. No need for that. We're choosing school beauties, not just anyone. The most beautiful ones from each school are enough. Dongfang Cha said. Now, tell me, what are these three school beauties? What are their majors? Do they have boyfriends? Dongfang Cha remembered Dongfang Buruo's name. She had to find out if they had boyfriends or not. If they did, then so be it. Mengyao and Yushu are economics majors. I don't think they have boyfriends. I don't know if they're close with any guy. One of the guys said. But those two are goddesses. One's super pretty, and the other has a great body. It's a perfect combination. Wang Xinyan's love life is a bit messy. She has a boyfriend at school, and I think she has a fiancé, but she's still living with her boyfriend. Another guy said. Chapter 3081. So, Dongfang Cha said, when we choose school beauties, we don't just need beauty, but also a good character. This Wang Xinyan doesn't study and only knows how to date. Forget it, let's talk about Mengyao and Yushu. Do you have any photos of them? Yes, we do. A guy quickly took out his phone and showed Yushu and Mingyao's pictures to Dongfang Ti. Here they are. One's the goddess type, and the other has the face of an angel and the body of a devil. Dongfang Ti's eyes lit up when he saw Yushu and Mingyao's picture. They were so pretty, even he was tempted. Dongfang Ti thought that if he could have some fun with Dongfang Buruo after he was done with them, it'd be a worthwhile trip. He wondered if young master Dongfang Buruo would let him have some fun with them. Dongfang Ti's heart itched at the thought, and he became a lot more enthusiastic. He'd been pissed at Dongfang Buruo for asking him to do this. He was here to do business, not to pimp Dongfang Buruo. But now, he was more than willing to do it. It'd be great if he could have sex with one of these girls, let alone two. Can you send it to me? Dongfang Ti asked. Of course. The guy sent it to Dongfang Ti. Dongfang Ti, on the other hand, gave the money to the guys after getting the pictures and information of Mengyao and Yushu, and started thinking about what to do next. Mengyao and Yushu were both from the economics faculty, which meant that they must be having classes in the economics faculty's building. As long as he waited nearby, he'd be able to catch them. With that in mind, Dongfang Ti went back to the hotel and got his car, but on the way there, he received a call from the young master of the house, Dongfang Jinxing. Young master. Dongfang Ti answered the phone respectfully. Dongfang Ti, you've arrived, right? I saw that you've arrived in Donghai, and you're driving to the Slave Trade Association. Dongfang Jinxing asked. I. Dongfang Cha paused. She wasn't going to the Slave Trade Association, she was going to East Ocean Industry University. However, it was impossible to lie to Dongfang Jinxing. Not to mention that Dongfang Cha did not dare to lie in front of Dongfang Jinxing. Even if she lied, Dongfang Jinxing had to believe her. Not only did the car have the Dongfang family's GPS, but it also had a recording and video system. How could he dare to speak carelessly? Therefore, Dongfang Jinxing hesitated for a moment and decided to tell the truth. After all, betraying Dongfang Buqiu was better than lying to Dongfang Jinxing. Young master, I'm going to East Ocean Industry University. Dongfang Cha said. East Ocean Industry University. Dongfang Jinxing paused and asked, Dongfang Cha, what are you doing there? Young master, it's like this. Dongfang Cha didn't dare to hide anything. She told Dongfang Jinxing about how Dongfang Buruo wanted to have some fun in East Ocean City, but he found two sick girls. Now, I'm going to catch them for young master Buruo, this little bastard. Dongfang Jinxing frowned, but he couldn't say anything. Dongfang Buruo was spoiled by Dongfang Bideo. This time, he went to deal with Su Shihan, and Dongfang Bideo allowed it. What was the big deal about catching two? Therefore, although Dongfang Jinxing wasn't happy, he still said, okay, then be careful. Don't let anyone see it and leave any evidence. Although we are an ancient sect, there are still other ancient sects that restrict us. Don't worry, young master. The purpose of my driving here is to knock them out and put them in the car. When the time comes, no one will know. Who will find out? Dongfang Cha said. Okay, then after you finish these things, try to find time to investigate Dongfang Jian. If you go to the mortal world and don't even go to the Slave Trade Association, then it won't be right. Don't forget the reason why we enter the mortal world. Dongfang Jinxing said. I understand, young master, I will go tomorrow. Dongfang Cha said. Dongfang Jinxing didn't say anything else and directly hung up the phone. In his opinion, catching two students wasn't a big deal. In the ancient sects, the concept of human life was relatively weak. In their eyes, ordinary people were similar to ants. Only masters were important. Dongfang Cha drove the car directly to the economics department and waited for them to arrive. At this moment, it was not far from the end of the school. Time passed by, and finally, Dongfang Cha waited for the end of the class. From the economics department's teaching building, students began to come out in twos and threes. As a sky class, Dongfang Cha's spiritual sense was extremely strong. He didn't need to get close to the students to be able to clearly distinguish Meng Yao and Yushu among the students who came out. At this moment, the two hadn't come out yet. However, after waiting for 10 minutes, Dongfang Cha found Meng Yao and Yushu. However, Dongfang Cha didn't make a move immediately. Instead, he drove the car behind the two. There were too many people here, and if Dongfang Cha made a move, the other students would block the car in front of him. Although he wasn't afraid of killing all these students, it would still be troublesome. So, Dongfang Cha waited until Meng Yao and Yushu walked in the direction of the parking lot. Only when there was no one else on the road did he suddenly step on the gas pedal. The car sped up and stopped beside Meng Yao and Yushu. He opened the door and jumped out in front of Meng Yao and Yushu. After school, the other students either went back to their dorms or went to the cafeteria. Almost no one went to the parking lot. Only Meng Yao and Yushu went to the parking lot every day when they went home, so there weren't many people on the road. The place that Dongfang Cha chose to make a move was a blind spot. Even if there were people far away, they wouldn't be able to see it. You. What are you doing? Meng Yao looked at the person in front of her vigilantly. But Dongfang Chao wasn't an idiot. She didn't waste any time talking to Meng Yao and Yushu. She grabbed the two girls by the collar and knocked them on the back of their necks, knocking them out cold. Chapter 3082. The Grand Elder brought the black-clothed elder with her this time. After leaving the Dark Palace, they headed straight for East Ocean City. After dozens of hours of travel, they finally arrived at East Ocean City. The two of them found a random hotel to stay in. The Grand Elder didn't stay idle and brought the black-clothed elder out of the hotel. She couldn't wait anymore. The inheritor was the future hope of the Dark Palace. The Grand Elder believed that it was better to be safe than sorry. The earlier she saw the inheritor, the earlier she could be at ease. What if something happened to her later? It had to be said that Yuaner's matter had already made the Great Elder a little nervous. She was afraid that if she was a step late, something would happen that caught her off guard, so she didn't rest at the hotel at all. The good thing was that the Grand Elder and the black-clothed elder were both cultivators, so they weren't tired at all. This time, the Grand Elder and the black-clothed elder didn't drive. Instead, they sped through the city on foot. The Grand Elder had already sensed the aura of the inheritor of the Dark Phoenix bloodline. She couldn't wait to fly over. Following the aura of the inheritor of the Dark Phoenix bloodline, the Grand Elder chased after them. As they got closer and closer, the Grand Elder became more and more excited. When the Grand Elder and the black-clothed elder entered the campus of Donghai Industry University, they attracted the attention of all the students in the university. Because these two people actually wore ancient clothes to school. Were they here to shoot a TV show? However, the Great Elder didn't care about these people's sidelong glances. She was here to find a successor, and other things didn't matter to her. The Great Elder lived for the sect, not for her own face. Almost there, almost there. The Grand Elder was very excited. However, just as the Grand Elder saw the inheritor of her dreams, she saw a man driving a white SUV knock out the inheritor and another girl, then drag them into the car together. The Grand Elder immediately flew into a rage, and a wave of anger couldn't help but surge up from his ribs. This is this old woman's inheritor, who the fuck are you? How dare you take the inheritor away? What do you want to do? After catching Meng Yao and Yushu, Dongfang Cha called Dongfang Buruo as she drove. What's wrong, Dongfang Cha? What's up? Dongfang Buruo had just finished pleasuring the two waitresses and was resting when he received a call from Dongfang Cha. Young Master Bu, I've caught 2 campus bells according to your instructions. They are the 2 most beautiful campus bells in East Ocean Industry University. I'll bring them back for you to enjoy. Since Dongfang Jinxing had acquiesced, he naturally dared to make a phone call in the car. Otherwise, if the recording and video in the car were to be sent back, he would be in serious trouble. But now it didn't matter. Oh. Already done. That's great. I'm done here. You can bring them back. I'll have dinner and enjoy myself again. Dongfang Buick said happily after hearing Dongfang Cha's words. Okay, young Master Buick. Dongfang Cha couldn't help but continue, young Master Buick, when you're done, can you let me have a good time as well? Sure, no problem. Dongfang Buick readily agreed. If you want your subordinates to do things for you, you can't just give them some benefits, right? This time, Dongfang Cha had tasted the sweetness. Next time, he would be more proactive in helping him find beautiful women. Okay, I'll go back right now. Ha! Just as Dongfang Cha hung up the phone, he stepped on the brakes. He suddenly realized that there was an old woman standing in front of his car. Old woman, are you fucking courting death? Why are you standing in front of the car? Get out of here. Dongfang Cha scolded angrily. If it weren't for the fact that he was a heaven stage master and had quick reflexes, he would have been killed. Although Dongfang Cha was not afraid of killing people, it would be troublesome if she did. After all, there was a man in black who was not standing in front of the car. The 2 campus bells in the car might be discovered, and his plan would be ruined. Therefore, Dongfang Cha was very angry. Dongfang Cha was angry, and the Grand Elder was even more angry. He was so angry that he laughed. "What did you say?" "You said I'm an old woman." "You old thing, don't think that you're a star just because you're wearing a costume. Stop wasting time and get out of here, or I'll kill you." When Dongfang Cha saw the Supreme Elder and the black-clothed Elder's attire, she didn't think too much of it. She thought they were actors from some drama troupe or TV series. After all, ancient families were different from ancient sections. Most ancient families had accepted modern clothing, but ancient sects still retained their traditions. Moreover, Dongfang Cha didn't expect the Grand Elder of the Dark Palace, who was also from the ancient world, to appear here. This was unrealistic. Originally, when the Grand Elder heard Dongfang Cha's call in the car, he was already furious. "You want to have fun." How could the Grand Elder not understand Dongfang Cha's intentions? He wanted to push down the 2 girls in the car. But one of them was the inheritor of the Dark Phoenix bloodline chosen by the Dark Palace. If he lost his virginity, wouldn't the Grand Elder go crazy? This had almost pushed the Palace of Darkness into the abyss. How could the Great Elder not be angry? Therefore, the Supreme Elder's killing intent had already been aroused in her heart. She nodded and said, very good, very good. Not only did you dare to kidnap someone that I value, you even dared to call me an old woman and an old thing. Today, I'll kill you first." Dongfang Cha frowned. He didn't want to argue with the Grand Elder, but this old woman was blocking his way. What could he do? Since he couldn't kill her, he could only get out of the car, throw them aside, and quickly drive away. "Old thing, you're asking for it." As she spoke, Dongfang Cha reached out to grab the Great Supreme Elder. She was about to grab her and throw her out. But when Dongfang Cha grabbed the Grand Elder's arm, she felt her whole body shake. How could she miss? Was she a master? When the Supreme Elder was caught, although he was annoyed, he naturally used his internal cultivation method to resist. Chapter 3083. Bang! Dongfang Cha was sent flying backward. A peak late-stage heaven-ranked master was not someone a low-stage heaven-ranked master like him could fight against. However, as she was flying backward, Dongfang Cha hurriedly activated her mental cultivation method and used her vital qi to protect her body. Only then did she not die from the blow. When Dongfang Cha showed his early-stage heaven-ranked strength, the Grand Elder was also stunned. This person was also a heaven-ranked master. And an early-stage heaven-ranked one at that. This person wasn't Lin Yi, was he? Could it be that Lin Yi kidnapped the 2 girls in the car and was planning to do something bad to them? According to the phone call, it seemed that they were sold to someone, and that person ate the meat while Lin Yi drank the soup. The Grand Elder couldn't be blamed for the misunderstanding. After all, there were very few cultivators in the mortal world. They couldn't even see a mystic-class master, let alone a heaven-class master. Even golden-class masters were extremely rare. Therefore, the Grand Elder naturally thought that the person in front of him was Lin Yi when there was a cultivator who had the same level of strength as Lin Yi in East Ocean City. Die! The Grand Elder had already wanted to kill this person. Now that he thought that this person was Lin Yi, the Grand Elder was even more determined to kill him. The Grand Elder directly took out her heaven-grade godly weapon and threw out a piece of red ridge that was shining with golden light. Don't kill me, I'm Dongfang. Dongfang Cha was really scared. His opponent was a peak late-stage heaven-ranked master, and he was no match for him. Therefore, Dongfang Cha began to show his background. He believed that as long as he showed his background, his opponent would let him go since they were both people from the ancient times. At most, the Dongfang family would sacrifice some benefits to make amends. However, before he could finish his sentence, the Grand Supreme Elder's red caltrop smashed into Dongfang Cha's chest with a loud bang. Dongfang Cha's chest caved in and he died with his eyes wide open before he could finish his sentence. Dongfang. What Dongfang? After killing Dongfang Cha, the highest elder realized that something was wrong. Things did not seem to be what she had imagined. This person did not seem to be Lin Yi. Hey Yi, is this person Lin Yi? The Grand Elder frowned and turned to ask Hey Yi. No, it's not Lin Yi. The black-clothed elder shook his head. Check his body and see if there's any keepsake on him. The Supreme Elder also felt that something was wrong. Dongfang, could it be someone from the ancient Dongfang family? The black-clothed elder nodded and quickly searched Dongfang Cha's body. However, he did not find any useful clues. So, he got into Dongfang Cha's car and began to search it. Not long after, the black-clothed elder got out of the car and handed over a tapping device, a surveillance camera, a GPS system, and a mobile phone to the Supreme Elder. Then, he said, Supreme Elder, these are all the suspicious items in the car. The tapping device and the surveillance camera were all transmitted through the 3G network. This caused the highest elder's expression to change slightly. It seemed that the scene of him killing Dongfang Cha had already been transmitted. Thinking of this, the highest elder angrily crushed the tapping device and the surveillance camera. As for the GPS system, it was no longer important. Whether it was destroyed or not, Dongfang Cha's family would already know his location. After opening Dongfang Cha's mobile phone, the elder immediately saw the contact names of the Dongfang family's old master, Dongfang Young Master, and Young Master Bu. She immediately knew that her guess was correct. This person was indeed from the ancient Dongfang family. Throw this person's body into the trunk of the car. Don't let anyone find it. The highest elder instructed the black-clothed elder. Although no one had passed by for the time being, she was not sure if anyone would pass by later. Yes. The black-clothed elder nodded and quickly lifted Dongfang Cha's body from the ground and threw it into the trunk of the off-road vehicle. After watching the black-clothed elder do all this, the highest elder said, It seems that this person is from the Dongfang family. The scene of me killing him should have been transmitted back to his family. However, this matter is not our fault. Black-clothed, immediately send a message to the Palace of Darkness. Tell them that the Dongfang family kidnapped the inheritor of the Dark Phoenix bloodline of the Palace of Darkness with ill intentions. That's why I killed him. Yes, Supreme Elder. The black-clothed elder nodded. He also knew that killing someone from the Dongfang family was not a small matter. After all, the Dongfang family was more powerful than the Palace of Darkness. However, if the Palace of Darkness had a reason for doing this, then it would be a different story. The inheritor of the Dark Phoenix bloodline of the Palace of Darkness was a huge matter to the entire ancient world. If the Dongfang family kidnapped her, then it would not only affect the interests of the Palace of Darkness, but also the interests of the entire ancient world and the Five Elements sect. As long as the news got out, the highest elder believed that no matter how powerful the Dongfang family was, they could only swallow their anger. After all, they could not go against the entire ancient world. After receiving the order, the black-clothed elder went to contact the Palace of Darkness. He also knew the seriousness of the matter. Although the highest elder killed Dongfang Cha because she wanted to harm the inheritor of the Palace of Darkness, no one knew about it. So the Palace of Darkness had to spread the news first. Once the other ancient sects knew about it, then the Palace of Darkness would be fine. After all, the matter of the Palace of Darkness finding an inheritor was something that would benefit the entire ancient world. Among the ancient sects, which one of the peak late phase heaven class masters didn't want to ascend to the heavenly Tao? Your Dongfang clan is powerful, but you can't just take the heir of the Dark Palace and fuck her. If you really fucked her, forget about killing you, I'll even wipe out your entire Dongfang clan. So, as long as the news got out, no one would say anything wrong about the Palace of Darkness. They would all say that Dongfang Cha brought this upon herself. This was also what the highest elder wanted to achieve. Alright, highest elder, I think it won't be long before the entire ancient world finds out that the inheritor of the Palace of Darkness was almost raped by Dongfang Cha of the Dongfang family. In order to protect the inheritor, the highest elder killed Dongfang Cha. The black-clothed elder did not distort the truth. Because there was a video and audio transmission system in the car. Although it was destroyed by the highest elder, the audio and video could still be transmitted to the Dongfang family. Chapter 3084. Well done. The great elder nodded and walked quickly to the white off-road vehicle. She wanted to see how the inheritor she had been yearning for day and night was doing. However, before the great elder could reach the off-road vehicle, she saw a travel-worn person running towards her. The grand elder didn't know who this person was, but the black-clothed elder's face changed when he saw this person. It was Lin Yi. Yushu's phone had an alarm software installed. Once she was in danger, she would use the shortcut key to activate the software, and the software would automatically send a warning signal, sending the phone's current location along with the warning signal to the designated phone number. This was also a measure Yushu had researched for safety. So when Lin Yi received the news, he went straight to the school without even driving. It wasn't far anyways, and Lin Yi would be faster if he ran over. Seeing Lin Yi flying over, the grand elder was confused. Why did another come after killing one? This person in front of him obviously didn't come with good intentions. The grand elder could even feel that this person's target was the car in front of him. Who's there? The grand elder yelled and revealed his sky-class late-phase peak strength. With the impulse from before, the grand elder didn't dare to kill people casually anymore. It would be troublesome if he killed too many people. Plus, this person didn't kidnap Meng Yao and Yushu, he just rushed over. The grand elder revealed his strength so that he could retreat. The grand elder's strength made Lin Yi's face change slightly. He didn't expect the grand elder to be a sky-class late-phase peak master. Looking at the grand elder's side, it was the black-clothed elder. Lin Yi knew this person. He was from the Dark Palace, Zhao Qibing's master. This discovery made Lin Yi go on high alert. A sky-class late-phase peak master actually came to the common world. What were they trying to do? They were actually targeting Meng Yao and Yushu. Because Lin Yi didn't see Dongfang Cha, he subconsciously thought that the two elders were here for Meng Yao and Yushu. So, even if they are strong, Lin Yi has to face them. What did you do to Yao Yao and Shu? Since when did the Palace of Darkness become so shameless, capturing people from the common world? Yao Yao. Xiao Shu. Grand Elder was stunned. What Yao Yao and Xiao Shu? Who captured Yao Yao and Xiao Shu? You know me. You know the Palace of Darkness. Grand Elder, this person is Lin Yi. The Elder in Black said quickly. As for Yao Yao and Shu, could it be Meng Yao and Yushu? The two in the car were Meng Yao and Yushu. How was this possible? One of them was the inheritor of the Dark Phoenix bloodline. Lin Yi. The Grand Elder frowned, not expecting to meet Lin Yi here. She'd worn out iron shoes in fruitless searching, only to find him by chance. She was just about to kill Lin Yi when Lin Yi came to her on his own, saving her a lot of effort, but something wasn't right. The Grand Elder suddenly remembered that Lin Yi was here for the two girls in the car. Could it be that Lin Yi knew them? Yao Yao. Shu. Could it be? Yao Yao was Meng Yao. The Grand Elder guessed what the Elder in Black guessed as well. She wasn't stupid either. Who else would be close to Lin Yi other than Yao Yao? And so, the Grand Elder wanted to kill Lin Yi, but decided against it after some thought. If Yao Yao really was Meng Yao, wouldn't she be the inheritor of the Dark Phoenix bloodline she was looking for? It wouldn't be good for her to kill Lin Yi then, since Meng Yao and Lin Yi had a special relationship. If she killed Lin Yi now, would Meng Yao retaliate? But even so, the Grand Elder didn't think much of Lin Yi. After all, Yuan Er's cowardly personality made the Grand Elder feel that even inheritors had to listen to her. If she wanted to kill Lin Yi, Meng Yao wouldn't dare say a word. But the Grand Elder was a little puzzled. How did Meng Yao become the inheritor of the Dark Phoenix bloodline? When Meng Yao was born, the Grand Elder had checked. The Dark Phoenix bloodline in Meng Yao's body was pitiful, and it was impossible for her to accept the inheritance. It wasn't pure either, but what she felt now was an extremely pure Dark Phoenix bloodline, even purer than Yuan Er's. An inheritor of this bloodline would be able to accept the inheritance once they returned to the Palace of Darkness. As a result, the Grand Elder wasn't sure if it was Meng Yao. Could it be the girl beside Meng Yao? After all, the Grand Elder saw Dongfang Cha knock the two girls out and put them in the car, but she couldn't see who was in the car because she was too far away. She didn't want to waste time with Lin Yi anymore. She waved her hand. It wasn't me who attacked them, I saved them. If you don't believe me, look at the trunk. Oh. Lin Yi paused for a moment, but then he smelled the scent of blood and saw a pool of blood not far from him. But Lin Yi was even more puzzled. Didn't the Palace of Darkness have a grudge against him? Why did they help Meng Yao and Yushu? Could it be that they didn't know and were just helping out? But, as far as Lin Yi knew, the people of the Dark Palace were all arrogant bullies. How could they be chivalrous? If Lin Yi hadn't seen the corpse in the trunk, he wouldn't have believed the Grand Elder's words. But, the person in the car had clearly died not too long ago. As a doctor, Lin Yi could easily tell that this wasn't some random corpse that the Grand Elder had pulled out and made up. Who is this? Lin Yi pointed at the corpse in the trunk. Ancient Dongfang clan, Dongfang Cha. You don't need to ask about this, it won't do you any good. The Great Elder said proudly as if it was a glorious thing to kill an elder of the ancient era. Someone from the Dongfang clan. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. This Dongfang clan couldn't be that unlucky, could they? One died in the Heavenly Elixir sex trial, one was killed by him in the Cultivator Trade Association, and now another was killed by the Grand Elder of the Palace of Darkness. How unlucky. Chapter 3085. Why would people from the ancient Dongfang house appear in Donghai Industry University's campus? Could it be that the Dongfang house knew that he was the one who killed Dongfang Jian, and so they sent another elder to capture Meng Yao and Yushu, to avenge Dongfang Jian's death? But, as logical as it seemed, it didn't make any sense at all. Even if it was the Dongfang house, why didn't they just come after him? Wasn't it pointless to go after Meng Yao and Yushu? Nothing, I think they're going to give them to someone. The Great Elder snorted and said, if I hadn't seen it, I reckon that both of them would have lost their virginity. Oh. Lin Yi paused. If that was the case, then the Dongfang house probably wasn't after him. What happened today was probably random. The person in the car is Meng Yao. The Grand Elder asked coldly, having guessed what Lin Yi was up to. What do you want? Lin Yi didn't answer the question. The Grand Elder looked at Lin Yi before opening the car door to see Meng Yao and Yushu in the back seat. The Grand Elder recognized the inheritor of the Dark Phoenix's bloodline right away, and quickly carried Meng Yao out of the car before turning to Lin Yi. I'll be taking this person with me. I'm bringing her back to the Palace of Darkness for training. You're taking her away. Lin Yi frowned. What right do you have to take her away? She's the inheritor of the Dark Phoenix bloodline of the Dark Palace, the one I've been looking for. Naturally, I'm taking her away so that she can accept the inheritance and become a master. The Grand Elder turned to Lin Yi. Is she Mengyao or Yushu? Grand Elder, she's Mengyao. Lin Yi didn't say anything, but the black-clothed elder spoke up first, his face full of shock. Thank goodness he didn't hurt Mengyao the last time he came looking for trouble with Lin Yi. She was the inheritor of the Dark Phoenix bloodline, after all. Even if he had 10 heads, it wouldn't be enough for the Grand Elder to chop them off. Thinking of this, he broke out in a cold sweat. Mengyao. Sure enough. The Grand Elder was also very surprised, but he didn't show it on the surface, but a storm was set off in his heart. Luckily, he came here personally and didn't let Zhao Qibing bring his men to kill Mengyao. If he did, she'd regret it forever. Supreme Elder. You're the Grand Elder of the Dark Palace. Lin Yi looked at the Sky-class late-phase peak master in front of him, his mind racing. It seemed like she was here on behalf of the Dark Palace to find an inheritor, but when she saw him, she wanted to teach him a lesson or kill him, but stopped when she heard Mingyao's name. That's right, Lin Yi, young one, since I've found an inheritor, and the inheritor is Mengyao, I'll let you go this time, but if I see you again, I won't go easy on you. The Grand Elder had already killed a Sky-class early-phase master today, and didn't want to kill anyone else, so she let Lin Yi go for now. Lin Yi paused, looking at the Grand Elder strangely. This Grand Elder didn't seem to see the situation clearly, did she? Normally, ancient sects would ask for inheritors to train with them, but she wanted to take Mengyao to the Dark Palace and kill him at the same time. Even someone as strong as Bingtang didn't dare to say that she wanted to kill Lin Yi. Did this Grand Elder not see the reality? With that thought, Lin Yi couldn't help but ask, I say, Grand Elder, are you so sure that Mengyao will go with you? She won't go with me. Why won't she go with me? I can make her a supreme master, the dream of so many people, wanting to be a disciple of our Dark Palace, and she'll be the master of our Dark Palace. The Grand Elder said matter-of-factly, besides, look at Zhao Qibing, he's so happy and excited after joining our Dark Palace. Ahem. Lin Yi was speechless. This Grand Elder was too narcissistic, wasn't she? Did she think that everyone wanted to join the Dark Palace? Lin Yi curled his lips and snorted, why don't you wake her up and ask her if she's willing to go with you? Of course. That's for sure. The Grand Elder said confidently as she massaged the acupoints on Mingyao's neck and turned to Lin Yi, I'll let you see if she's willing to go with me now. Mengyao slowly woke up, but when she woke up, she didn't expect to be in the arms of an old woman. She subconsciously took 2 steps back and looked at the old woman in fear. You. Who are you? I'm the Grand Elder of the Dark Palace. Mengyao, I have great news for you. You've been chosen as the inheritor of our Dark Palace, and after you join us, you'll be the master of our Dark Palace. The Grand Elder said, how is it? Happy, right? Excited. Dark Palace. Mengyao was on high alert. One had to know that this was Lin Yi's sect, and the people in the Dark Palace didn't seem to be kind, wanting to kill Lin Yi for no reason. So, Mengyao was very against it, you. Stay away from me, I won't join the Dark Palace, and I don't want to be the master of the Dark Palace, and I don't want to be the inheritor. From Mingyao's point of view, the master of the Dark Palace, inheritor, as long as it was a part of the Dark Palace, it wasn't realistic. There must be some kind of conspiracy behind all this. Wah! You! The Grand Elder's eyes widened, not expecting Mengyao to reject her. As far as she was concerned, there was no reason for that. Everyone was crying and begging to join the Dark Palace, an ancient sect. Plus, Mengyao would be the palace master as soon as she joined. How glorious was that? But Mengyao rejected it. How was that possible? The Grand Elder's face was very ugly. Mengyao, you need to think this through, don't you want to be a master? That's a master of the world. If you accept the inheritance, it won't be a dream for you to have strength like mine. It seems like you know about practitioners, but do you know that I'm a sky-class late-phase peak? Chapter 3086. So, no matter how good the conditions of the Dark Palace were, Meng Yao wouldn't join them so easily. "Ah, Lin Yi, you're here." Meng Yao noticed Lin Yi and said happily, "Lin Yi, these people are from the Dark Palace. Although they didn't capture me and Shu, they're not good people either. Let's go, ignore them." Meng Yao, on the other hand, understood what the Grand Elder was saying. The inheritor would have the strength of a sky-class late-phase peak. To be honest, Meng Yao was tempted, but the Dark Palace was Lin Yi's enemy. Without Lin Yi's approval, Meng Yao would never join them. Meng Yao was gaining strength for Lin Yi's sake. She didn't want the gap between her and Lin Yi to be too big. She didn't want to bring trouble to Lin Yi when Lin Yi went out. So, how could Meng Yao make Lin Yi unhappy just because she gained strength? So Meng Yao purposely said that after one look. From her point of view, the Grand Elder had a favor to ask of her, so she wouldn't make a move. You dare reject me?" The Grand Elder looked at Meng Yao in disbelief, as if he'd heard the funniest joke in the world. Impossible. Did he hear it wrong? "Lin Yi, Yushu's still in the car. Let's go back." Meng Yao ignored the Grand Elder and said, "You." The Grand Elder was furious. She looked at Meng Yao and said darkly, "If you dare leave, fine, I'll kill Lin Yi. If you kill Lin Yi, I'll never go with you to the Dark Palace. Even if you capture me, I don't know the arts. I'll make you regret it for the rest of your life." Meng Yao knew how to threaten as well. It wasn't that she didn't want to go to the Palace of Darkness at all, but if she wanted to go, she needed to have enough bargaining chips. "You." The Grand Elder didn't expect Meng Yao to say that. Yuan, her submissive attitude made her think that the heir of the Dark Palace would listen to her and do whatever she said, but Meng Yao had completely overturned her impression of her. The Grand Elder wanted to call Meng Yao a little bitch, but she swallowed her words back. She didn't dare offend Meng Yao now. Looking at the determined look on Meng Yao's face, it seemed like she would really do it. If what Meng Yao said was true, then the Grand Elder wouldn't dare curse at them anymore. "What about me? You're the one begging me, do you understand the situation?" The Miss looked at the Great Elder and said coldly, "Who cares about your Dark Night Palace?" What kind of attitude was that? "Lin Yi, let's go. Ignore this old lady." "All right." Lin Yi nodded and carried Shu out of the car, only to realize that Shu had woken up on her own. This girl didn't make a sound in the car, so she was eavesdropping. "Shu, you woke up and didn't get out of the car. You made us worry." "Oh, shield bro, Shu thinks that this old lady is too annoying. She's asking for help and yet she's acting so arrogant. Is she stupid?" Yushu looked at the Grand Elder and said with disdain. You. What did you call me?" "Old lady. Old lady." The Grand Elder's chest heaved up and down as she breathed heavily. She was clearly pissed. After all, the Grand Elder had never been bullied like this before. As far as she was concerned, Yuan should be obedient, but when it came to Meng Yao, why wasn't she obedient? Not only was she not obedient, she even dared to talk back and threaten her. The Grand Elder was called an old lady twice today. The first time, she killed the person who called her an old lady. The second time, she didn't dare do it again. Meng Yao's words were very clear. She didn't care about the Dark Palace in the first place. If you want to use force, then fine. Even if you bring her back, she won't listen to you. Let's see what you can do. But Meng Yao and Yushu didn't care at all as they turned to leave with Lin Yi. The Supreme Elder finally became anxious and shouted, "Wait a minute. Is there anything else?" Lin Yi found it funny. This Grand Elder really thought too highly of himself. Now look at him, wasn't he? She'd offended Meng Yao, and the miss was very vengeful. Meng Yao, how can you join our dark palace? The Grand Elder felt a deep sense of defeat. Fortunately, she was shameless. Face and the like were all floating clouds to her. Since the hard way didn't work, she'd use the soft way. As long as it was beneficial to the Dark Palace, she'd lower herself to do it. I'll think about it, but I don't want to go now, Meng Yao said without turning back. Dark Palace. Meng Yao wanted to gain strength, but she wouldn't do anything rash. The Grand Elder's words today had too much of an impact on her. She needed to go back and digest it. Okay. The Grand Elder wasn't willing, but he still nodded in agreement. He had no choice. Meng Yao and Yuan were completely different. Yuan was submissive, while Meng Yao was resistant. The Grand Elder had to change his view of things. Elder Black, what do you think we should do now? The Grand Elder's face was extremely ugly as she watched Meng Yao, Yushu, and Lin Yi leave. According to her usual personality, she would have taken Meng Yao away, but now, she was afraid that it would be useless. Meng Yao's tone was very resolute, and it was clear that she couldn't do anything about it if she didn't want to. Although the Grand Elder could torture Meng Yao, she didn't dare gamble. What if Meng Yao couldn't handle the torture and died? Wouldn't the Dark Palace be done for then? One had to know that Meng Yao was the Dark Palace's last hope. If something were to happen to her, then the Dark Palace's name would be erased from the ancient world. This Meng Yao doesn't budge, she's completely different from Yi Weiner. The black-clothed elder frowned as well. You're marked by the company you keep, you're just like Lin Yi. I'm not talking about that, I'm asking you what to do. The Grand Elder humphed coldly. I know you're talking nonsense, but I want to know how Meng Yao can come back with us. Chapter 3087. Yes, you're right. How about this, let's go back to the hotel first and see how we can get Meng Yao to give in. The Grand Elder nodded. That was how she was. She'd give in if someone tried to be tough. She wanted Meng Yao to go to the Palace of Darkness, and if she couldn't use force, she'd have to be soft. As a result, Yuan had been too soft all this time. Although she'd failed in the end, if she'd told the Grand Elder that she wouldn't train if he didn't let her see Meng Yao in Pingzhan, or if he didn't send people to protect Meng Yao, she wouldn't train either. That way, the Grand Elder would have to do as she said in order to let her train peacefully. But Yuan never thought about threatening the Grand Elder, and that was why the Grand Elder was so arrogant. But now, the mother couldn't threaten the Grand Elder, and the daughter, the powerless Meng Yao, was the one threatening the Grand Elder. One had to say, this was quite the reverse. The car was driven away by the black-clothed elder. After all, there was still a dead person in the car. This was the common world, and they had to deal with it. Although the Grand Elder had killed the person, the body still had to be taken back by House Dongfang. They weren't in the right, but the person was dead, and they had to give them some face. This was an ancient rule, after all. If you killed someone, the body had to be returned. Lin Yi, Meng Yao, and Yushu were on the way back. Meng Yao had a frown on her face the whole time, thinking about the Palace of Darkness. Shu, on the other hand, didn't seem to mind at all. She giggled, Yao Yao, you're going to become an inheritor. That's amazing. You'll be able to help Shield Bro, Shu. You seem happy that I'm leaving. Meng Yao didn't know if she should laugh or cry at Yushu's words. She glared at her, do you know that you'll have no one to accompany you if I leave? Oh. It's better if you leave first than me. Yushu mumbled softly. What are you talking about? Meng Yao didn't hear it clearly, and assumed that Yushu was complaining about what she'd said. I know I'll get stronger after I leave, but... haven't you ever thought about it? If I leave, won't I be the same as Xiao Xiao? I want to see you guys again. It's so difficult. Yeah, if there's a choice, who would want to leave? But looks like that old woman wants Yao Yao to go no matter what. Yushu said as she looked at Lin Yi. Lin Yi, naturally, knew what Yushu was talking about. Yushu was an inheritor herself, but Yao Yao didn't know that one day, she would leave the villa. Saying goodbye to herself, saying goodbye to Yao Yao, starting her new life. But Yushu was afraid that Meng Yao would be sad if she knew. That was why she hadn't told Yushu. But if Meng Yao left first, then Yushu's heart would. Moreover, they were both legatees, so they could take care of each other. Let's go back. Let's talk about it. Meng Yao said, a little lost. Things had developed too abruptly, and she didn't know what to do. Lin Yi nodded. Although the Dark Palace and Lin Yi had some conflicts, Lin Yi knew that an ancient sect wouldn't give up after finding an inheritor. If he didn't agree, then Meng Yao would be in a lot of trouble in the future. In the beginning, these ancient sects might be patient enough to invite you, beg you, but later on, if you still didn't know what's good for you, then they might threaten you. To tell the truth, Lin Yi had been living with the Miss for a long time now. It was 3 months away from a year. Time flew by, and if the Miss were to leave suddenly, Lin Yi's heart would feel empty. He wouldn't be used to it. The three had their own thoughts as they walked to the school's parking lot. Lin Yi got in the car, and Meng Yao and Yushu followed. Han Xiaoqiao was a little surprised why Lin Yi came to school today. In the past, Meng Yao or Wu Qintian would come to pick them up, and Lin Yi rarely came to school himself. Even a bookworm like Han Xiaoqiao felt that the atmosphere wasn't right after getting in the car, but he didn't know what was going on. Xiaoqiao, how's your sister? Lin Yi hadn't seen Han Jingjing in a long time. She only appeared once when he was injured, and she hadn't shown up for a long time after that. It made him miss her quite a bit. She's fine. Her door is closed, and she doesn't talk to me, but she's probably researching something, right? Han Xiaoqiao said after some thought. Lin Yi nodded. When is your sister coming out? Tell her, we miss her a lot. Tell her to come to my villa for a while. Meng Yao and Han Jingjing had a good relationship, and Meng Yao had to say goodbye to Han Jingjing when she was leaving. Although they hadn't discussed it yet, in Lin Yi's heart, he was sure that Meng Yao would leave, and it was only a matter of time. Okay. Han Xiaoqiao nodded, indicating that he understood. Then, he started reading in the car. This bookworm, it was only a few minutes' drive from school to home, and he still wanted to read. He was going crazy. Soon, the car returned to the villa. Han Xiaoqiao went back to his home, and Lin Yi, Meng Yao, and Yushu went back to the villa. Lin Yi, Yao Yao, Shu, you're back. Su Shihan had been staying in the villa for the past 2 days, and she didn't dare to go out casually. At least, before the problem was solved, she didn't dare to go out easily. I'm back. Han, don't you have work today? Lin Yi was a bit surprised. Su Shihan was really free now, staying at home every day as if she had nothing to do. I wanted to ask you to go buy something with me, but you seem to be busy every day, so I didn't want to disturb you. Su Shihan saw that although Lin Yi was at home, she didn't know what he was doing in his room, so she didn't want to disturb him. Chapter 3088. There was also the Fuxi needles. Although Lin Yi was familiar with it now, its power was still a bit lacking. It could be said that even with this divine weapon in hand, it wasn't as powerful as the raging fire Bagua Palm. Divine weapons weren't as powerful as martial arts techniques. This was impossible for other Sky Class masters, but it was true for Lin Yi. This was because the Fuxi needles couldn't be used beyond one's level. When Lin Yi was at the early phase of Sky Class, he naturally couldn't unleash the power of the needles at the mid-phase of Sky Class, but the raging fire Bagua Palm was no problem. So, to Lin Yi, the Fuxi needles were a bit useless. Unless Lin Yi could find a way to use it beyond his level, the needles could only be used against Sky-class early phase masters. It was also because of this that Lin Yi was looking forward to forging a Sky-class weapon even more, and so he practiced the forging fire non-stop every day, neglecting Shirhan. Su Shirhan didn't go to Lin Yi, so Lin Yi didn't take the initiative to ask. In the end, Su Shirhan didn't want to disturb him. How about, I go with you tomorrow? Lin Yi smiled bitterly, feeling a bit embarrassed. No need, it's fine. I already told Wang Sis to buy the things. Su Shirhan smiled. If there's nothing important, I'll tell Wang Sis to bring the work to the villa. Just don't feel annoyed. I'll be practicing my singing at home these few days. Of course not. That's good. Yao Yao and Shu will be the first audience for your new song. Lin Yi smiled. If it was any other day, Meng Yao would be very happy. Her idol was singing a new song in her house. How exciting was it to be the first fan to hear Su Shirhan's new song. But now, Meng Yao's mind was filled with the Palace of Darkness. Go. Or not go. Meng Yao couldn't decide. Ha. Yao Yao, Shu, you guys seem to have something on your mind. Su Shirhan could tell that Meng Yao and Yushu were in low spirits today. He didn't say much. Is it because I'm in the villa that I'm affecting your daily life? That's not it. Meng Yao shook her head, Sister Shirhan, actually. It's okay to tell you about this. Today, an ancient sect found me and asked me to be the heir and palace master of the sect, but I don't know if I can go. Shirhan paused. She knew about Xiao Xiao's situation, although it was not very detailed. But he also understood. Becoming an inheritor meant that he had to stay in someone else's sect. He wouldn't be able to see Lin Yi and Yushu so often. However, Su Shirhan was surprised. Xiao Xiao was the inheritor, and Tang Yun was the inheritor. Meng Yao too. How many inheritors were there in total? Why did they all gather around Lin Yi? Was this a coincidence, or was it God's will? Actually, what Shirhan didn't know was that all of this had been predicted by someone 10 years ago. Lin Yi's mission back then had a deeper meaning, but Lin Yi didn't know about it. Ah. Shirhan was stunned, but it was difficult for her to give any advice on this kind of thing. After all, she didn't understand these things. She only knew about practitioners from Lin Yi. Although Shirhan was the illegitimate daughter of an ancient sect, she had never come into contact with these things. Yao Yao, I really can't help you with this kind of thing. I can't give you any advice, but what did Lin Yi say? Yao Yao, don't blame me for telling you the truth. The matter of ancient sects looking for inheritors is led by Xianchen, ancestor of 5 element sect. Not to mention me, even teacher by can't stop it. Once an ancient sect finds an inheritor who agrees with their own sect, it's like a wolf seeing a lamb, or even worse. So, I'm afraid it's impossible to refuse this matter. Lin Yi said, in my opinion, whether to go or not is just a matter of time and benefits. The Dark Palace, if they can give Yao Yao enough benefits, then there's no harm in going. If not. To be honest, I really can't do anything to a peak late phase heaven class master. Lin Yi smiled bitterly. The opponents were getting stronger and stronger. Although Lin Yi was also a heaven class master, the gap between them was still huge. Especially after reaching heaven class, the advantage of Lin Yi's raging fire Bagua palm was not as obvious. Because of the lack of pure qi, even if Lin Yi had the power, he couldn't use it. So Lin Yi desired the 3rd stage of the art of dragon mastery. It could recover his strength faster, and he longed for a heaven-class weapon. As a result, Lin Yi forgot to eat and sleep every day. Naturally, he couldn't care about Su Shirhan. But when he remembered that Lin Yi was Su Shirhan's bodyguard, Lin Yi couldn't stop blushing. He really wasn't a good bodyguard. I know. Meng Yao nodded and sighed. Lin Yi, actually, even if you don't say it, I understand. The Grand Elder, a peak late phase heaven class master, has already come out. I have to go with her. Today, I was able to put on an act with her because she's desperate for talent. But if I really make her lose her patience, the consequences will be severe. Of course, with the Grand Elder's personality, it wasn't strange for her to do things like threaten and bribe. From how Lin Yi saw it, the people from the Dark Palace were all shameless. There was a problem during the Heaven Elixir's sex trial, and they still wanted to settle it after the fact. Then what you're saying is? Lin Yi asked. I actually don't want to go, but when I think about how I can become stronger after I leave, and how I won't be a burden to you every time you go out, I want to go again. Meng Yao sighed softly. The miss had revealed her heart for the first time. But, I don't know what my fate will be after I go. Will I be like Xiao Xiao, going to do something dangerous? That. Maybe. Lin Yi nodded after some thought. He didn't want to lie to the miss. After all, logically speaking, as long as Xiao Xiao was doing something dangerous, it was the same for Xiao Xiao, it was the same for Yushu, it was the same for Meng Yao. That was why Lin Yi said that. Chapter 3089. So you've decided to go? Lin Yi said after a sigh. Yeah. Meng Yao nodded. But I can't agree too quickly, otherwise, I'll be like Xiao Xiao with no freedom when I go to the Palace of Darkness. I need to be able to come back and see you guys more often. Of course you'll have to tell them that. Lin Yi nodded. Meng Yao going to the Dark Palace was different from Xiao Xiao. She didn't have a goal, unlike Xiao Xiao who wanted to live. Meng Yao should have more freedom than Xiao Xiao. Meng Yao had decided to leave, but the atmosphere in the villa didn't lighten up. Everyone was still in a gloomy mood, and Meng Yao didn't have much of an appetite during dinner. She only ate 2 mouthfuls before putting down the bowl in her hands. Yao Yao, don't be sad, it'll be fine. Maybe one day Shu will become an inheritor too, and I'll go accompany you. We'll all be shield bros, shield girls, and together with Xiao Xiao, we'll be sky class fighters. Waha, let's see who dares mess with us then. We'll sweep through the world of practitioners together. Yushu said. You'll become an inheritor too. Meng Yao, naturally, didn't believe Yushu. This thing requires luck and luck. You don't have the Dark Phoenix bloodline, how are you going to go? I can go to other sects, like ask Hua Bai Yun if they need inheritors. I'm a fire elemental, maybe they'll take me in. Yushu said. Alright, Shu, I know you're comforting me, but it's nothing. It's fine as long as you've thought it through. Meng Yao said. It'll come. I can't hide even if I want to, I'll be fine. Okay, that's good. Yushu nodded. Right, Yao Yao. Aren't you going to tell Uncle Chu? Lin Yi suddenly thought of Pingzhan. Meng Yao was going to the Palace of Darkness, should he inform Pingzhan? Of course I have to, I'll call Dad right now. Meng Yao had decided to follow the Grand Elder to the Dark Palace to become an inheritor. Of course, he had to give Pingzhan a call. Lin Yi didn't have much appetite today. He looked at the people around him leaving one by one. He felt sad but smiled. Now it was Yao Yao, Xiao Shu, and Little Zhou, they were all inheritors. There was also Guan Xian. However, Lin Yi really couldn't stop them. Even if Lin Yi had the power to flatten the ancient sects, it was impossible for him to do so. With the strength to kill Patriarch Xianqin, it was impossible for Lin Yi to stop this. Because that was Boss Bai's dream. Returning the 5 Elements sect to the level of the ancient times had always been Boss Bai's pursuit. Lin Yi was now a direct disciple of the 5 Elements sect. Lin Yi also had to fight for the cause of the 5 Elements sect. Therefore, what Lin Yi could do was to improve his strength as soon as possible. When the big plan came, he would have enough strength to protect Xiao Xiao and the others. This was what Lin Yi should do. So, this was also why Lin Yi didn't strongly oppose Meng Yao going to the Dark Palace. Meng Yao had already called Ping Zhan. Ping Zhan was having dinner with his business partners. He was surprised to receive a call this late. Yao Yao, what's up? Dad, are you busy? Can you come to the villa for a while? Meng Yao hesitated and said firmly. Now? Yao Yao, I'm having dinner with a client. Is your business important? Can I go tomorrow? Ping Zhan paused and asked. It's very important, can you reject it? Meng Yao didn't know if the Grand Elder of the Dark Palace would come looking for her again tomorrow. Perhaps tonight would be the last night Meng Yao would be staying in the villa. Alright, I'll go now. Ping Zhan could tell that Meng Yao's tone wasn't right. He agreed immediately. After hanging up, Ping Zhan apologized to the customer, but the customer wasn't displeased. He didn't dare to be displeased either, since Ping Zhan was the chairman of Donghai's merchant guild, and the hidden house Xiao had been destroyed. Donghai was now under the control of the hidden house Han, and with the support of the hidden house Han, Ping Zhan's business was flourishing. If it weren't for the huge amount of money he'd be getting, Ping Zhan's business would have been much bigger than it was right now. Of course, Ping Zhan never regretted giving the money to Lin Yi. As far as he was concerned, Lin Yi was their family's savior. Without Lin Yi, the company would have long been taken over by Gubang and the others, and even Yao Yao's life would have been lost. After the dinner, Ping Zhan got into Faubert's car and rushed to Lin Yi's villa. Meng Yao's mood wasn't quite right, so Ping Zhan decided to call Lin Yi first, planning to ask Lin Yi what happened to Meng Yao at the villa. Uncle Chu. Lin Yi was a little surprised when he received the call. He didn't think that Ping Zhan would call him so soon after Meng Yao's call. It's me. I wanted to ask you, is Yao Yao in some kind of trouble? Did you ask me to come over now? Ping Zhan let out a breath of relief when he saw that Lin Yi had picked up the phone. It would have been a big problem if Lin Yi hadn't picked up the phone. Now that Lin Yi was with Meng Yao, it shouldn't be a big problem. Uncle Chu, it's a little complicated. Let's talk about it when you're here. Lin Yi couldn't explain it clearly on the phone. Oh. Ping Zhan paused, not expecting Lin Yi to say something like that. He didn't press the matter further. Alright, I'll come over now. Lin Yi shrugged at Meng Yao after hanging up. Yao Yao, Uncle Chu's calling. He seems worried. Yeah, Daddy's always worried about me. I wonder if he'll be able to accept it now that I'm leaving. Meng Yao sighed worriedly. Mom left us when we were young. Now that I'm leaving, I wonder if Daddy will be lonely. Lin Yi had always been curious about where Meng Yao's mother had gone. He thought that she'd passed away, but the miss scolded him for it. Clearly, it was a misunderstanding. But even now, Lin Yi didn't know where Meng Yao's mother was. Right, Yao Yao, where did your mom go? Lin Yi asked. My mom. I don't know. Daddy didn't tell me. He only said that she went to a faraway place and won't be back for a long time. Meng Yao shook her head, a trace of confusion flashing in her eyes. Chapter 3090. Lin Yi nodded. It seemed like the miss really didn't know anything. She wouldn't have been tricked by Pinliang otherwise. Not long after, the sound of a car could be heard outside the villa. Ping Zhan was probably here. As expected, the doorbell rang, and Lin Yi opened the door to see a sweaty Ping Zhan rushing in. Yao Yao, what's going on? Let's talk inside. Lin Yi gestured for Ping Zhan to enter the living room. Yeah. Ping Zhan nodded and walked quickly into the living room. Can you tell me now? Actually, Uncle Chu, it all started this afternoon. Meng Yao had planned to be honest with Ping Zhan anyways, so Lin Yi didn't hide anything. He told Pingzhan everything from the Dongfang House's Dongfang Cha kidnapping Meng Yao and Yushu, to the Grand Elder and Black-Clothed Elder of the Dark Palace coming to their aid, to Lin Yi's arrival. Pingzhan listened to Lin Yi say that Meng Yao and Yushu met people from the Dark Palace in the afternoon, and even saved them. His face changed a little, but he still asked, and then? Now, this is the most important thing. Yao Yao is the inheritor of the Dark Phoenix bloodline. Lin Yi said. The Grand Elder of the Dark Palace wants to take her away, bring her back to the Dark Palace to train. What? The Grand Elder wants to take Yao Yao to the Dark Palace. How can that be? Pingzhan stood up, agitated, his emotions incomparable. Why does she want to take Yao Yao away again? Why? Why? Lin Yi smiled bitterly. Uncle Chu, don't be angry. These ancient sects don't have reason to reason with them. It was the same reason when Xiao Xiao was forced to stay in the Ice Palace. Yeah. Pingzhan realized his mistake as well. Sighing slightly, he sat back on the sofa, but his expression was unusually ugly. The Palace of Darkness. It's the Palace of Darkness again. If our benefactor was still here, they wouldn't dare to do this. Benefactor? What do you mean? Lin Yi was slightly stunned. It's nothing. I lost my composure. Pingzhan said, surprised. He didn't dare talk about what happened back then, not even to Meng Yao and Faubert. But today, when he heard that the Dark Palace was going to take Meng Yao away, he lost his composure and spoke his mind. Nothing. Daddy. Are you hiding something from us? You knew about the Dark Palace. Meng Yao heard what Pingzhan said as well. He immediately asked suspiciously. At this moment, Pingzhan was struggling internally. Should he tell Meng Yao that his wife, Yao Yao's mother, was in the Palace of Darkness? However, Pingzhan made up his mind after struggling for a long time. He didn't want to hide it anymore, he wanted to tell the truth. After all, even if Meng Yao was in the Palace of Darkness, she still needed to know about these things. So, Pingzhan took a deep breath. Yao Yao, since you asked, I'll tell you everything. Didn't you always ask me where your mother went, what she did? Today, I'll tell you everything. My mother. Meng Yao's breathing quickened, but then her heart skipped a beat. My mother. Could it be related to the Palace of Darkness? What? What's going on? That's right, Yao Yao, your guess is correct. Your mother is the Palace Master of the Palace of Darkness. Pingzhan nodded and said word by word. Ah. Meng Yao guessed that her mother leaving back then had something to do with the Palace of Darkness, but she never would have thought that her mother was the Palace Master of the Palace of Darkness. How? How was that possible? Wasn't the Palace of Darkness Lin Yi's enemy? Why would her mother send someone to go against Lin Yi? If that was the case, could it be that the Grand Elder was sent by her mother? Meng Yao couldn't be blamed for thinking like that. After all, as far as she knew, the Palace Master was the highest authority in a sect. Wasn't that the same for the Ice Palace she knew? Bing Tang was the strongest existence in the Ice Palace, and her words carried weight. Even though there were supreme elders in the Snow Valley, they still respected Xueli's opinion. Xueli was also involved in the management of the Snow Valley. So, Meng Yao felt that since her mother was the Palace Master of Darkness, then all of this was planned by her mother. But did her mother not like her anymore? Why would she do something to her own daughter? At that thought, Meng Yao felt sad. Mom doesn't want us anymore. Yao Yao, it seems like you're thinking too much. Pingzhan smiled bitterly, shaking his head. It's not that your mother doesn't want us anymore, but she was forced to leave. Besides, your mother may be the Palace Master of Darkness, but she doesn't have any actual power. The Grand Elder is in charge of the entire Palace of Darkness. Forced to leave. The Grand Elder is in charge. Meng Yao paused, thinking of something. Could it be that Mom is an inheritor too? She was taken by the Grand Elder to the Palace of Darkness. That's right. Pingzhan nodded. It's a long story. I'll tell you all in detail. Back then, Wan-Er was the young palace master of Darkness Palace, but her Dark Phoenix bloodline had gone through many generations, and it wasn't very pure anymore. It was very difficult for someone with that bloodline to accept an inheritance and become an inheritor. According to the calculations of the Five-Element School, there were still at least 20 years before the Heavenly Stage Island project would start. Therefore, the Dark Palace decided to let Yuan marry the young master of the Heavenly Elixir School, Tian Ji Xing, who was also the father of Tian Ji Xing. The Sky Elixir School had a secret art, of course. It was the Five-Element School's secret art. They could use certain methods to gather all the Dark Phoenix bloodline in Wan-Er's body into the fetus, and that way, the fetus would have the complete Dark Phoenix bloodline in the mother's womb. This way, although the Dark Phoenix bloodline in Yuan-Er's body was not pure, her child would have an extremely pure Dark Phoenix bloodline. Although it would not be as pure as the ancestors, at least in terms of receiving the inheritance, there would be no problem at all. The Palace of Darkness was the same as the Yellow Earth High Sect, having inheritors through bloodline. It wasn't like the other inheritors of the fire, water, mist, ice, or wood elements, as long as they had a pure body of the same element. Chapter 3091. Of course, the pure metal and earth elements might be able to accept the inheritance, but the Dark Palace and the Yellow Soil sect couldn't do it. These two sects could only produce a single bloodline inheritor. But the young Yuan-Er didn't want to marry the young master of the Sky Elixir sect, Tianji Xing, and so, just like in novels and TV shows, she ran away. On the way, the young Yuan-Er met the handsome Chu Pingzhan, and the two fell in love. They even tasted the forbidden fruit, and it was at this time that Yuan-Er got pregnant with Chu Mengyao. But the truth couldn't be contained, and the Grand Elder of the Dark Palace activated the Dark Phoenix Stone. The Yuan in front of him had already lost her virginity, and her blood had become even more impure. Logically speaking, the Dark Phoenix Stone shouldn't be able to find her, but the Grand Elder had sacrificed his strength and gathered many masters to forcefully activate the Dark Phoenix Stone to find Yuan-Er and Pingzhan, who had already escaped abroad. Originally, Yuan-Er and Chu Pingzhan were certain that they would die this time, but they didn't think that they would meet a benefactor who would help them. This was an extremely powerful person, Mr. Yang. Mr. Yang used his terrifying strength to make the Grand Elder compromise, and let Yuan-Er and Chu Pingzhan go. He didn't even dare let out a fart, and left with his tail between his legs. He didn't forget to please Mr. Yang when he left. But Mr. Yang suddenly disappeared, and never appeared again. The Grand Elder, because of Mr. Yang's disappearance, once again set his sights on Yuan-Er, and forcefully brought her back to the Dark Palace, forcing her to continue trying to accept the inheritance. However, because Mr. Yang's power was too great, it left a psychological shadow in the Supreme Elder. When he took Yuan-Er away, Yuan-Er didn't even have a chance to escape. When he took Yuan away, he didn't dare to do anything to Chu Pingzhan and Chu Mengyao. But no matter how powerful a person was, after disappearing for more than 10 years, the shadow in the Grand Elder's heart slowly dissipated. As far as he was concerned, that person was most likely dead, and so he wanted to kill Chu Pingzhan and Chu Mengyao again. It had been a secret Pingzhan kept to himself all these years. He didn't tell Mengyao because the ancient sects were far away from the people of the common world. Far, far away, an existence that could only be looked up to. Even if Lin Yi was very powerful and could go against the aristocratic families and the hidden aristocratic families, he could not go against the ancient sections. It was also because Lin Yi had started stepping into the ancient sects recently, making friends with the disciples of the ancient sects, that Pingzhan decided to tell Mengyao and Lin Yi about the past. Otherwise, Pingzhan didn't have the guts to say it before, afraid that Meng Yao or Lin Yi would do something irrational. After all, the Mr. Yang from back then had disappeared. Ping Zhan's support was gone, and he was afraid as well. Ah. This meant that the Grand Elder of the Dark Palace had captured his mother. You want to catch me again? Meng Yao couldn't help but be shocked and angry after hearing Ping Zhan's story. This Grand Elder is too evil, taking my mother away and leaving you without a wife. You don't have a wife, and I don't have a mother. What a typical bully. Why didn't Mr. Yang come back to punish her? Yeah, I didn't think that the Dark Palace would come after you. Ping Zhan smiled bitterly. If Mr. Yang was still here, she wouldn't dare take your mother away. She wouldn't even know how to get on his good side. So it looks like Mom must have failed the inheritance, and that's why she's coming after me. Meng Yao nodded, not dumb. She understood the Dark Palace's intentions right away. That should be the case, but what I'm curious about is that there's no Dark Phoenix blood in your veins at all. There's only a very, very small part of it, almost negligible. It's not like the Elder didn't have her eyes on you back then, but she gave up after a thorough examination. How come you're here now? Ping Zhan said, a little confused. Oh. Is that so? Meng Yao was puzzled as well. If that was the case, then why would the Grand Elder come all the way here? Oh, Shield Bro, do you think Yao Yao's bloodline mutated after eating a Dark Phoenix? Yushu remembered an important thing. Lin Yi had once bought a black pheasant, but the man selling the pheasant insisted that it was a black phoenix. Could it be the Dark Phoenix? Me? When did I eat a Dark Phoenix? Meng Yao blinked, but her face changed. You guys are talking about that dream. And I ate a Dark Phoenix in the real world. That should be it. Lin Yi nodded. Now that I think about it, you said that you were in a dream. But it wasn't you, but someone else. A bunch of people called you Palace Master, and they fed you a Dark Phoenix. I'm guessing that it's some sort of memory inheritance. Memory inheritance. Meng Yao didn't understand what Lin Yi was getting at. The place where you ate the Dark Phoenix is probably very close to the Dark Knight Palace. According to my guess, the first Dark Phoenix bloodline in the Dark Knight Palace was born from eating the Dark Phoenix, and that person might be your ancestor, Yao Yao. Lin Yi said, we have a Dark Phoenix in our hands, and you are related to your ancestor by blood. It's probably some kind of mysterious force that made you eat that Dark Phoenix. The memory of your ancestor eating the Dark Phoenix was also passed down to your brain. Holy shit, Shield Bro, you're almost as good as Shu now, amazing. Yushu said, impressed. Then it's very possible. Meng Yao nodded. This also explains why the Grand Elder didn't care about me back then, but came to me now. That must be it. Lin Yi nodded. And now, it means that your bloodline is the same as your ancestor's bloodline, and it's very easy for this bloodline to receive the inheritance. Then what I don't understand is, if Mom is the inheritor, why hasn't she come to see me all these years? She didn't even call me. From the Grand Elder's attitude towards me, she didn't want to fall out with me, so Mom must have some status in the Palace of Darkness. Xiao Xiao is in the Ice Palace, and she can still talk to us. Meng Yao asked, confused. Chapter 3092. Your mother's personality is that of a meek and cowardly type. Why would she fight with the Grand Elder for anything? Naturally, she would do whatever the Grand Elder said. Back then, the Grand Supreme Elder also used my safety and yours to threaten your mother, so your mother left with the Grand Supreme Elder. But Mom can totally say that if you threaten me again, I won't go, even if you kill me. Meng Yao's personality was completely different from Yi Weiner's. The miss wasn't that easy to bully. If your mom was like you, then even if you don't see her, you'd call her often. Ping Zhan smiled bitterly. Right, Mom's in the Palace of Darkness right now. She must have failed the inheritance, that's why the Grand Elder came to find me. Since Mom's in the Palace of Darkness, then I can ask her to come back and stay with Dad, and I'll go to the Palace of Darkness. That way Dad won't be lonely. Meng Yao didn't care if her mother was an elder or not, or if the Grand Elder still wanted her to stay in the Palace of Darkness. Since she thought of this, then she would do it. In fact, the Grand Elder didn't use Meng Yao's mother as a threat because she didn't want to let Wainer leave. Wainer was a sky-class early phase, after all, and to the weaker Palace of Darkness, it would be a great help. Although Wan had gotten into a fight with him for wanting to kill Pingzhan and Meng Yao, as long as Meng Yao wasn't dead and went to the Palace of Darkness, Lin Yi believed that Wan would be more than happy to continue working for the Palace of Darkness. As for Lin Yi, the Grand Elder didn't dare kill him. She realized that Meng Yao's personality was completely different from Wainer's. If she didn't like it, she'd threaten her and not go to the Palace of Darkness. This made the Grand Elder very helpless. Plus, the Grand Elder valued Meng Yao far more than Yi Wan. Whether or not Wan could accept the inheritance was completely based on luck, but Meng Yao's Dark Phoenix bloodline was so pure that it made people speechless. As long as Meng Yao went to the Palace of Darkness, she'd be able to accept the inheritance without a doubt. So the Grand Elder thought it through. In order to make Meng Yao happy, she'd go back to the Palace of Darkness and let Meng Yao be the Vice Palace Master. Of course. If Meng Yao really could accept the inheritance, then she'd even become the Grand Elder. The Great Elder was such a person. For the sake of the sect, he would do anything. He no longer had any face. As for Elderly, he'd give him some power as well, as long as Meng Yao was happy to accept the inheritance. He'd be fine with anything, even handing over all of Elder Black's power. But the prerequisite was that Meng Yao had to accept the inheritance willingly. Pingzhan was a little excited after hearing Meng Yao's words. Could Yi Wan come back? All these years, Pingzhan had been hoping that Yi Wan would return to his side one day. Even in his dreams. And so, at this moment, Pingzhan couldn't suppress his emotions anymore. He stood up from the sofa. Yao Yao. Your mom can come back. Yes. I think the Grand Elder will agree if I use this as a threat. Meng Yao wasn't too sure herself. Meng Yao wasn't sure, but at least it could be used as a threat. Whether or not the Grand Elder would let her go depended on her mood and attitude. But... Yao Yao, you're sacrificing yourself in exchange for your mother's return. I'd rather you didn't go. Pingzhan calmed down after the excitement. He knew that this was an exchange for Meng Yao's inheritance. Even if Mom doesn't come back, I'd still go. Meng Yao smiled. Dad, since I'm leaving, why don't I fight for more benefits? If the Grand Elder heard this, she'd probably spit out blood. She tried so hard not to mention Yi Wan because she was afraid that Meng Yao would want to switch people. Yi Wan was a sky-class early phase, a part of the Palace of Darkness power. She'd just leave like that. Uncle Chu, Yao Yao's right. Even if Aunt Yi doesn't come back, Yao Yao has to go. So instead of that, why not ask for more benefits? Lin Yi nodded. Alright, if that's the case, then Daddy thanks you. Pingzhan was a little emotional. Yao Yao, I didn't think that in the end, you'd be the one to leave, and your mom's back. When can we really reunite as a family? That'll depend on Shield Bro. When Shield Bro becomes a sky-class late-phase peak, he'll sweep through the entire ancient world. Then, we'll be the #1 house in the world. Yushu said, at that time, the Grand Elder will probably come to lick Shield Bro's shoes. Shu, that's not what you're saying. Meng Yao glared at Yushu, don't say things like that. If the Grand Elder hears it, she'll want to kill Lin Yi again. Oh, Shu knows. Isn't it just talking about it at home? Yushu nodded casually. Shu, no one will care about you after I'm gone. You have to listen to Lin Yi, understand? Don't always cause trouble for Lin Yi. Meng Yao glanced at Shu. Although she was talking to her, there was a strong sense of reluctance in her eyes. After all, she and Shu had lived together for so many years, and now they were going to be separated. And, don't worry, Yao Yao sis. I'm a good girl. Yushu nodded solemnly, putting away the joking expression on her face. Meng Yao, however, couldn't help but smile at the last part. Looking at Meng Yao, Lin Yi's heart was filled with sadness. Originally, Lin Yi thought that the Miss and Shu would be the ones who would be with him forever. Even when he knew that Shu would be leaving, Lin Yi still felt that the Miss wouldn't be able to leave no matter what. He would live with her forever. Although they didn't hint or promise anything to each other, both of them knew that although they were friends, most of the time, their relationship had already exceeded that of ordinary friends. What did this mean? Every time Lin Yi came back from a trip, the Miss would be like a wife waiting for her husband to come back. Her greeting and gaze were calm, but it had become a habit. Did he like the Miss? He should like her. Otherwise, Lin Yi wouldn't be living with her all the time. Chapter 3093. It was just that Lin Yi didn't realize it himself. But did the Miss like him? Lin Yi wasn't sure. Sometimes he was sure, but other times he wasn't sure. It was a very strange feeling, but since the Miss didn't say it, Lin Yi wouldn't break this warm relationship between them. Perhaps one day in the future, the two would break through friendship and become lovers, but they wouldn't be too surprised because they already had this feeling between them. It was just that now wasn't the time. Lin Yi, on the other hand, enjoyed the warmth and habit of being with the Mississippi. There wasn't the passion of love, just the simple care and concern for each other, but the appearance of the Grand Elder of the Dark Palace broke the peace between Lin Yi and the Mississippi. The Miss would leave, and the dream would wake up. It's late, Dad, you should go back. We should rest as well. Perhaps the Grand Elder will come tomorrow morning. The black-clothed elder beside her knows this place. Meng Yao said to Pingzhan. Pingzhan had spent quite a bit of time talking about the past, and it was already night time. Okay, Yao Yao, I'll be going then. I won't be participating in tomorrow's matter. Please. Pingzhan knew that it wasn't a good time for him to show his face tomorrow. He was afraid that the Grand Elder would be embarrassed if he saw him. After all, Mr. Yang used to support him. Don't worry, Uncle Chu. I'll help Yao Yao and make Yi come back. Lin Yi nodded. Pingzhan didn't say anything else. He stood up and left the villa with Faubert. They got in the car and disappeared into the night. In the villa, Meng Yao stood up and yawned. All right, Shu, come sleep with me upstairs. It's not like I won't come back if I leave. Oh. Okay. Yushu followed Meng Yao upstairs obediently. She knew that this might be the last day she'd be sleeping with Meng Yao. Lin Yi sighed, although he also wanted to follow. He still said, Little Han, you also go rest, I will also sleep. Okay. Sure, Han didn't expect something like this to happen in Lin Yi's house. She nodded and went upstairs. After returning to his room, Lin Yi sat cross-legged on his bed and began cultivating the third stage of the art of dragon mastery. Lin Yi knew that only by working harder could he make his voice heard in the ancient realm. Otherwise, Xiao Xiao and Yao Yao would be manipulated by others, even Xiao Shu and Little Zhou in the future. Although Lin Yi's relationship with Blazing Mountain and Yellow Earth High faction was not bad, but if they wanted to do something, Lin Yi couldn't stop them. However, if he was strong enough, he could protect them. Upstairs, Meng Yao and Yushu's room. Although the lights had been turned off, neither of the sisters was asleep. Shu, are you asleep? Meng Yao asked. No, Yao Yao sis, what about you? Yushu asked. Of course not, how else would I be talking to you? Meng Yao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Oh, Yao Yao sis, you are leaving tomorrow, I can't sleep, Yushu said. Yeah, me too, Meng Yao smiled, but her smile was a little sad. Then let's talk. Okay. Yushu nodded. It's so miraculous, I didn't think that I'd be an inheritor. Meng Yao sighed. I never would have thought of this before. It seems like our lives have changed a lot ever since Lin Yi came to the villa. Yeah, then Yao Yao sis, do you regret it? Yushu asked. Regret? Of course not, it's good this way, it's much more interesting than before. Besides, if it wasn't for Lin Yi, we would have been dead already. One Zhao Qibing is enough to kill us, Meng Yao said. I'm not talking about that, I'm talking about, do you regret it? You didn't get to enjoy the moonlight first? Yushu asked. Enjoy the moonlight first. Meng Yao paused, then blushed. Luckily, it was dark, so Yushu couldn't see it. Don't talk nonsense, Lin Yi and I are pure friends. Oh. I didn't say that, Yao Yao sis, your thoughts are not pure, thinking of Shield Bro all of a sudden. It seems like there's something wrong. Yushu giggled. Then what did you say? Meng Yao humphed and asked. I said that. Yao Yao sis didn't push Shield Bro down, do you regret it? Yushu said. What's the difference? Meng Yao raged, are you trying to trick me? See if I don't tear your mouth apart. However, although Meng Yao said that, she didn't really tear Shu's mouth apart, because she didn't want to play with Yushu anymore. She was leaving tomorrow, and she didn't have the mood. Hee, actually, Yao Yao sis is at the same level as Shield Bro's other wives now, they are all vice palace masters, elders, and inheritors. Yao Yao sis is also one, Yao Yao sis will be very powerful in the future. Yushu said, now we're just waiting for Shu to work hard and become an inheritor, then we can work together again. Ah, okay, work hard then. Meng Yao thought that Yushu was joking, so she smiled, let's reminisce about this year. Okay. Yushu said, it was March 12th this year, right? Shield Bro moved into the villa for the first time, we still hated Shield Bro then, yeah, it was March 12th, but I met the robbers on March 13th, and it was also then that I started to think that Lin Yi wasn't a bad person, at least he stood up for me. Meng Yao nodded. Meng Yao and Yushu were reminiscing about the events of the past year, and before they knew it, the sun had already risen. Today was destined to be a sleepless night, and many people had insomnia. Other than Meng Yao and Yushu, Pingzhan also had insomnia, and the Grand Elder and Elder Black-Clothed of the Palace of Darkness also had insomnia. The two of them were discussing how to convince Meng Yao, but after a whole night, they still couldn't come up with any results. After all, the Grand Elder really didn't know how to persuade others, and she thought that Meng Yao would happily go back with her, but this situation caught her off guard. Chapter 3094. However, she was rejected by the Great Elder. After all, Yuana was an expert. She would be heartbroken if she was replaced. In addition, Dongfang Buruo was also suffering from insomnia. Previously, Dongfang Cha had helped him find a female student. He had called to say that he had found one, but she never came back. When Dongfang Buruo called again, Dongfang Cha's phone was turned off. Dongfang Buruo didn't think much of it before. However, Dongfang Cha still did not appear in the middle of the night. Dongfang Buruo called again, but her phone was still turned off. He became anxious and quickly called his father, Dongfang Jinxing. Buruo. It's so late. What's the matter? Dongfang Jinxing practiced at night. As the head of the Dongfang family, he had to deal with a lot of things during the day. He could only practice at night, which was why he was slower than Dongfang Yinxing. Dad, Dongfang Cha disappeared. Dongfang Buruo said anxiously. Dongfang Cha disappeared. What do you mean? Dongfang Jinxing didn't understand what Dongfang Buruo meant. Wasn't he with you? Why did he disappear? He went out and never came back. Dongfang Buruo hesitated. He didn't know that his father, Dongfang Jinxing, already knew that he had sent Dongfang Cha to find beautiful women for him, so he stuttered and didn't dare to tell the truth. He found you a female student, right? Dongfang Jinxing said directly. He didn't come back after he went out. Aw. Dad, you know. Dongfang Buruo was shocked. Could it be that his father stopped Dongfang Cha from coming back? That couldn't be right. From his father's tone, he didn't know that Dongfang Cha didn't come back, so he quickly said, yes, he called me earlier and said that he found two of the best. He came back immediately, but there was no news after that. He told me about this before, I know, but he had already found two female students, and when he was about to come back, he disappeared. Dongfang Jinxing was shocked, but he was a little confused. What could happen to Dongfang Cha in the secular world? Yes. His phone was turned off, and there's no news at all. Dongfang Buruo said. Okay, I got it. Don't sleep. I'll investigate and contact you immediately. Although Dongfang Jinxing felt that Dongfang Cha should be fine, he still stood up and decided to check the surveillance footage from Dongfang Cha's car. When Dongfang Jinxing heard Dongfang Buruo's words, he immediately ended his cultivation. After a simple tidying up, he quickly walked towards the surveillance room of the Dongfang family. The Dongfang family was a relatively modern family. At the very least, they had things that people nowadays could use. They all knew how to use it and were even more advanced. Moreover, the way they dressed was exactly the same as that of modern people. Dongfang Jinxing quickly walked into the control room, and the disciple in charge of guarding the control room hurriedly greeted him, young patriarch. Why are you here? Okay, can you show me the video of Dongfang Cha after she went to East Ocean City? Dongfang Jinxing said to the disciple. Without the authorization of Dongfang Jinxing or Dongfang Bideo, even the disciples who guard the monitoring room can't access the monitoring at will. Alright, young master, please authorize your fingerprint. After the disciple pulled up the monitoring footage, he couldn't play it. He needed Dongfang Jinxing or Dongfang Bideo's fingerprint authorization. Dongfang Jinxing nodded, then reached out and swiped on the fingerprint device. With a beep sound, the fingerprint verification was successful, and the computer began to play Dongfang Cha's every move. Before, it was the scene of Dongfang Cha and Dongfang Buruo just arriving in East Ocean City. Then, it was the scene of Dongfang Cha driving to the East Ocean Industry University. Then, Dongfang Cha waited for a while downstairs. Dongfang Jinxing fast-forwarded all of this until Dongfang Cha knocked out the two girls. Here comes the main point. It's Elder Dark Knight of the Dark Palace. Dongfang Jinxing saw the person on the screen and was shocked. The Grand Elder of the Dark Palace was respectfully called Elder Dark Knight. It didn't mean that she had this name, but that every generation of Grand Elder would have this name. However, this wasn't all that surprising. What happened next made Dongfang Jinxing's face turn extremely ugly. Elder Dark Knight had actually killed Dongfang Cha. After that, the image was cut off. It seemed like Elder Dark Knight had gotten someone to find the surveillance camera and destroy it. Dark Palace, you and I have no grievances, how dare you kill the elder of my Dongfang family? Do you think the elder of our Dongfang family is easy to bully? Because from the screen, Dongfang Jinxing didn't know that Meng Yao was the inheritor of the Dark Palace. In Dongfang Jinxing's eyes, they were just two beautiful little girls. Wasn't Elder Dark Knight a busybody? We caught our people, what does it have to do with you? Do you think you're a hero who will help others when you see injustice? Dongfang Jinxing was very angry. This was the third person of his family to die in a row. Before it was Dongfang Buruo, then Dongfang Jian, and finally Dongfang Cha. These were all first-class masters, and they all died like this. No matter how powerful the Dongfang family was, it was enough to lose 3 heaven-class masters in a row. Dongfang Jinxing didn't dare to make a decision. He copied the video into his phone and then quickly walked to the place where Dongfang Bideo practiced. Who? As soon as Dongfang Jinxing walked to the door of Dongfang Bideo's room, he heard Dongfang Inxing's question inside. After all, who in the Dongfang family would come here in the middle of the night? So his tone was a little bad. Come in, it's Jinxing. Dongfang Bideo spoke at this time. He was stronger than Dongfang Inxing, so he heard the footsteps from Dongfang Jinxing. Yes, father. Dongfang Jinxing pushed the door and walked into the room, then hurriedly said, Dad, second brother, something big happened, Dongfang Cha, also dead. What? Dongfang Bideo suddenly stood up, and his eyes were full of incredible look. Jinxing, what did you say? Dongfang Cha also died. How did she die? Was she killed when she went to investigate the cause of Dongfang Jin's death? Chapter 3095. Dark Night Palace. Elder Anya. Fuck her, what does it have to do with her that Biu Biu is looking for a woman? Is she in menopause? Dongfang Inxing was furious after hearing it. This was also a spoiled Dongfang Biu. Dongfang Inxing had no children and regarded Dongfang Biu and Dongfang Biu as his own. It could be said that in the family, Dongfang Bideo was the first to spoil them, Dongfang Inxing was the second, and Dongfang Jinxing was the third. However, Dongfang Jinxing sometimes did not dare to discipline Dongfang Biu and Dongfang Biu too much. So, Dongfang Biu went out to show off and was beaten to death. Dongfang Biu went out to look for a woman, and the elder Dongfang Cha was beaten to death. Because of what? Dongfang Bideo frowned. Jinxing, are you telling the truth? You didn't hide anything. Dad, these are all our people, I have nothing to hide. Dongfang Jinxing smiled bitterly and said, I have a video of what happened at that time, have a look. Dongfang Bideo nodded. Although he was shocked, it was difficult to understand why the Supreme Elder of the Dark Night Palace would attack Dongfang Cha. There was no reason at all. However, after watching the video, Dongfang Bideo was also inexplicable. How did Dongfang Cha die? It seemed that Elder Anya was standing up for the two girls who were caught. But who were the two girls? Dongfang Bideo did not think that the disciples of the ancient level would go to school in the secular world. There were in the hidden level, but it was basically impossible in the ancient level, so Dongfang Bideo ruled out the possibility that the two girls were disciples of the Dark Night Palace, but if they were not disciples, were they relatives of Elder Anya? Tomorrow, issue a letter of challenge. We, the Dongfang family, declare war on the Dark Night Palace. The reason is Dongfang Cha. Dongfang Bideo said coldly, we dare not find trouble with the everyday and tomorrow sect for the time being, but the Dark Night Palace, During this time, the Dongfang family members died one after another, which made Dongfang Bideo unable to bear it. This time, he wanted to vent the anger in his heart on the Dark Night Palace. Dongfang Bu died, but he did not dare to take revenge. Dongfang Jian died, but he did not know how he died. Only the death of Dongfang Cha, the Dongfang family dared to take action. Yes, father. Then tomorrow morning, what reason should I use to challenge the Palace of Darkness? Dongfang Jinxing asked. Let's just tell the truth. We can't hide this. If the truth is different from what we say and the Palace of Darkness spreads it, it won't be good for us. We have to tell the truth. Dongfang Bideo pondered for a moment and said, it's just capturing 2 female students in the secular world. It's not a big deal. No one can say anything wrong about our Dongfang family. Alright, I understand. Dongfang Jinxing nodded. Indeed, although this matter sounded a bit absurd, which ancient sect didn't have a bit of filth? Dongfang Jinxing knew that there were also ancient sects that supported the merchants of the secular world to smuggle and rob. Many people were well aware of this, so it was really not a big deal to bully people. This night, Dongfang Jinxing didn't sleep. He had been thinking about how to deal with the Palace of Darkness. After all, he would declare war on the Palace of Darkness tomorrow morning. He must have the first step of the plan. Otherwise, he would be laughed at by others. The next day, when the sky was just getting bright, Dongfang Jinxing sent a fax letter to all the ancient sections. This was a letter to declare war on the Palace of Darkness. Because the Dongfang family was a modern family, they used fax instead of pigeons or letters. In fact, other ancient sects also had fax, but these ancient sects were not used to using it. Dongfang Jinxing's declaration of war shocked many of the ancient sections. For so many years, there hadn't been a battle between the ancient sections. But now, it actually happened, and it was the powerful Dongfang family against the weak Dark Palace. Of course, after reading the contents of the letter, everyone didn't think that the Dongfang family was bullying the Palace of Darkness. After all, the people of the Dongfang family said very clearly that it was the Grand Elder of the Palace of Darkness who first killed Elder Dongfang Cha of the Dongfang family. The cause was just that Dongfang Cha had captured 2 female students. This caused the ancient sects to immediately lean towards the Dongfang family side. Which ancient sect didn't have a bit of filth? In everyone's eyes, what the Dongfang clan had done was really nothing. This supreme elder was simply meddling in other people's business. He deserved to be challenged by others. Didn't you, Elder Dark Knight, enter the mundane world to find an inheritor? Why didn't you find the inheritor, so you went to meddle in other people's business? Are you so bored that your balls hurt? Of course, she didn't have balls. Otherwise, if anyone did something bad in the dark and the other ancient sects interfered, would they still be able to live? So, no one stood up for the Palace of Darkness. Of course, they also knew that the declaration of war would only cause the Palace of Darkness to lose some people and pay some price. The Palace of Darkness couldn't be destroyed, and the Dongfang family wouldn't dare to destroy the Palace of Darkness. However, not long after the news of the Dongfang family declaring war on the Palace of Darkness was released, the pigeons of the palace's black-clothed elders also reached the desks of the various ancient sects. The Dongfang family actually captured the inheritor that the Palace of Darkness was looking for. This news was like an explosion in the ancient sections. This time, no one said anything bad about the Palace of Darkness. They all started to criticize the Dongfang family's elder Dongfang Cha for acting recklessly. She dared to capture the inheritor of the Palace of Darkness. Wasn't that asking for death? Luckily, she was discovered by Elder Dark Knight and killed Dongfang Cha in time to save the inheritor. If the inheritor was really harmed by Dongfang Buruo, then the result. If the 5 Element sect knew, they would probably destroy the Dongfang family. In the ancient sects, each sect leader more or less knew something about the 5 Element sect. And these people were mostly Heaven-class late-phase peak or perfect late-phase peak Heaven-class masters. They all looked forward to the start of the Heaven-class Island project, hoping that one day they could successfully step into the Heavenly Law. And so, these inheritors became the key to the Heavenly Island project. The Dark Palace had just found an inheritor, but he was almost killed by Dongfang Buruo of the Dongfang clan. This didn't just affect the Dark Palace's benefits, it affected the benefits of the entire ancient world. Chapter 3096. This was not a joke, he was the inheritor of the Heavenly Stage Island plan. Compared with ascending to the Heavenly Tao, what were those filthy sects? Therefore, everyone felt that Elder Anya had done too much, and Dongfang Buruo should be killed too. Of course, Dongfang Jinxing, who got the news for the first time, was so angry that he almost vomited blood. The person that Dongfang Cha caught happened to be the inheritor that the Dark Palace was looking for. How could it be so coincidental? However, he also knew that the Dark Knight Palace wouldn't lie to him about this. They would know the truth with just one look. Since it was Dongfang Cha who captured him, it must be the heir of the Dark Knight Palace. This also explained why Elder Dark Knight would kill someone out of anger for no reason. You almost killed the heir of the Dark Knight Palace. No one could accept that. I'm so angry, I'm so angry. Dongfang Jingxing felt that he had done an extremely stupid thing. If he had known that things would be like this, he would never have sent a letter of challenge. As a result, the Dongfang family had become the laughingstock in the eyes of all the ancient sections. It was fine that no one supported them, but the key was that everyone was scolding the Dongfang family for being shameless. They had made a mistake, but they were the first to complain, pretending to be wronged, and deceiving everyone's feelings. Dongfang Jingxing knew that the prestige of the Dongfang family had not only plummeted, but even if they wanted to find trouble with the Dark Palace, they couldn't. Because now all the ancient sects did not support the Dongfang family's approach. If there was no previous letter of challenge, then after the Dark Palace issued a statement, Dongfang Jingxing could still jump out and pretend to be wrong to gain sympathy. After all, although they had caught your inheritor, they didn't know. Couldn't they tell us? Did they have to kill people? In this way, there might be people who would support them. After all, who didn't know? Who could be faultless? If it was someone from other ancient sects, would you kill him directly? But now, it was useless to say anything. It was just a joke. Taking a deep breath, Dongfang Jingxing quickly walked to Dongfang Badeo's room. This time, he didn't knock on the door, and didn't wait for the person inside to speak. Jingxing, has the letter of challenge been sent out? When Dongfang Badeo saw Dongfang Jingxing breaking in, he was a little unhappy. You are also a cultivator. Don't you know that it is not good to disturb others' cultivation? However, Dongfang Badeo thought that Dongfang Xingzhou was too excited to deal with the Dark Palace, and didn't say much. Yes, it has been sent out. Dongfang Badeo nodded and said with a grim face, but our Dongfang family has lost a lot of face this time. Oh. What do you mean? Dongfang Badeo suddenly froze, and Dongfang Yinqing next to him also opened his eyes and looked at Dongfang Jingxing strangely. My challenge has just been sent out. At this time, the ancient era is still supporting us to take revenge. Everyone knows in their hearts that which sect doesn't have some dirty dealings. So they all thought that Elder Dark Knight of the Dark Knight Palace was being a busybody. But who would have thought that not long after, the Dark Knight Palace also made a statement, saying that our Dongfang family went to capture their inheritor. One of the two female students turned out to be the inheritor of the Dark Knight Palace. This is great, all the ancient era is scolding our Dongfang family to die. It's good that one dies, the whole family should die. Dongfang Jingxing said hatefully, now, our Dongfang family is in a dilemma. Revenge, that is impossible. If we don't retaliate, it is equivalent to slapping our own face. We have lost our face to the Pacific Ocean. The statement issued by the Dark Knight Palace later. After us. Dongfang Badeo frowned and said, if this is the case, then they did it on purpose. Why didn't they say it before, but after we sent the letter of challenge? Isn't it clear that our Dongfang family is humiliated? Jingxing, as long as you grasp this point, there is still a chance to make a comeback. It has to be said that the older the ginger, the spicier. Dongfang Badeo found a solution at once. Although Dongfang Badeo didn't say that the Dark Knight Palace was lying and did it on purpose, other ancient sects would inevitably think about it. At that time, the pressure on the Dongfang family would be greatly relieved. Dad, if this is the case, what you said is a good idea, but the Dark Knight Palace used a pigeon letter. Now it seems that the statement was sent out after the incident yesterday, but everyone just received it now, and we used a fax. Dongfang Jingxing said weakly. This. Dongfang Badeo was stunned, and suddenly remembered that their Dongfang family used modern equipment. In the past, he often laughed at other ancient sects for being backward, wearing ancient clothes and using pigeons, weren't they tired? But today, Dongfang Badeo discovered that although the fax was convenient, but, if the Dongfang family didn't have a fax, then this matter would be much easier. After all, using a pigeon letter was not as convenient as a fax. First, a professional beast tamer had to show the pigeon the map, determine the direction, and then set off. In this time, the news of the Dark Knight Palace had already spread. It was really Xiao He who won and Xiao He who lost. Father, this matter can't be done anymore. We don't need to say anything more about this matter. The temporary tolerance is just for revenge in the future. Dongfang Inqing said at this time, the Dark Knight Palace. We will remember this account first, wait for this period of time to pass, then we will find trouble with the Dark Knight Palace. Now it's impossible. Yes, Inqing is right, Jinxing, don't be angry, do what you should do, and send another elder to assist Dongfang Buqiu, but things like catching female students, don't do it anymore, settle Su Shihan's matter, then come back. Dongfang Bideo said. Yes, father. Dongfang Jinxing took a deep breath, calmed the depressed mood in his heart, nodded and left. Although Dongfang Jinxing's heart was extremely angry, but after returning to his room, he still calmly dialed Dongfang Buqiu's phone and told him what happened. So it's like this. Then Dongfang Cha is dead, on my side, what about Su Shihan's matter? Dongfang Buqiu asked with some worry, but in his heart, he was cursing Dongfang Cha, this bastard, going out to catch people without eyes. How did he provoke the inheritor of the Dark Knight Palace? There were so many beautiful women, but you caught an inheritor, it's really good. Chapter 3097. I'll send another master to help you with Su Shihan. This time, it's Elder Dongfang Song from House Dongfang. Don't make any unreasonable requests. His main task is to help you capture Su Shihan. Dongfang Jinxing said. Yes. Dongfang Burua wasn't happy, but he still nodded. He had no choice. He had to listen to Dongfang Jinxing. And come back early after this. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up first. Dongfang Jinxing said. After hanging up, Dongfang Burua didn't have any reason to stay in the hotel. He might as well go out and see if there was anything interesting. Since he couldn't capture female students, he could still go to the brothels. But, just as he left the hotel, he saw someone that made him excited. It was Su Shihan's manager, Wang Sis. She was staying in this hotel as well. This made Dongfang Not Weak very excited. It really was a case of wearing out iron shoes and fruitless searching and finding what she was looking for. He thought it would take a while to find out where Su Shihan was, but he didn't think that she would deliver herself to his doorstep. Dongfang Burua didn't hesitate and quietly followed her. Wang Sis, on the other hand, was just a normal person. Naturally, she wouldn't feel that she was being followed by a practitioner. Wang Sis drove to Lin Yi's villa as usual. Dongfang Burua saw this scene and didn't force his way in. He memorized the route and returned to the hotel. Meng Yao was right, the two elders were standing in Lin Yi's villa early in the morning, not daring to barge in. They flew into the villa, but didn't dare barge in. Lin Yi, what's the matter with you? Lin Yi asked. We're here. In fact, when Grand Elder and Elder Blackclothed appeared in the courtyard, Lin Yi already felt it. It was just that Lin Yi didn't go out. After all, Grand Elder and Elder Blackclothed didn't have any bad intentions. Why would Lin Yi go out so early? After ending his training, Lin Yi opened the window and looked at Grand Elder and Elder Blackclothed. He said indifferently, Meng Yao hasn't woken up yet. If you wake her up, you'll have to bear the consequences. I'm telling you, she hates it when people disturb her sleep. If she doesn't sleep well, she'll be in a bad mood. If she doesn't go to the Palace of Darkness with you, you'll be crying. You. The Great Elder was infuriated by Lin Yi's words. Just as he was about to scold him, he was stopped by the black-clothed elder. Grand Elder, please calm down. Don't bother with this guy, we're here for Meng Yao. Let's just wait for a while. The elder in black said quickly. Yes, you're right. I won't lower myself to your level. The great elder nodded and ignored Lin Yi. Instead, he stood in the courtyard silently. Just like that, he waited. In actuality, Meng Yao hadn't slept at all. She'd heard the elder's voice as well. She had already gotten up to wash up. Meng Yao and Yushu came downstairs a while later, but they didn't see the Grand Elder in the living room. Wasn't the Grand Elder already here? You guys are awake. Lin Yi walked out of the room, but couldn't help but smile bitterly when he saw the dark circles under Meng Yao and Shu's eyes. Looks like you two didn't sleep at all. Yeah, I couldn't sleep either, so I didn't sleep. Meng Yao sighed and asked curiously, Lin Yi, where's the Grand Elder? Why don't I see her? She's standing at the door. Lin Yi shrugged, don't mind her, we'll talk after dinner. That's not good, is it? The miss was still kind. Lin Yi smiled, all right then, I'll go cook. You let her in. Okay. Meng Yao nodded and went to open the villa's door. The Grand Elder and Elder Black-Clothed were already standing outside the door. Meng Yao, what's your decision? The Grand Elder was strong. She'd heard the conversation between Lin Yi and Meng Yao loud and clear, so she knew that Meng Yao was awake. She just didn't want to make a scene. Come in. The miss, naturally, wouldn't reveal her trump card so easily. She didn't say yes, nor did she say no. All right. As far as the Grand Elder was concerned, letting her in meant that there was progress. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to get the door shut. She quickly went into the living room with the black-clothed elder and sat on the sofa. Meng Yao, I believe you know what it means to be an inheritor, right? Your friends, Xiao Xiao and Tang Yun, are inheritors, right? We've already investigated this, and you can imagine the benefits. The Grand Elder and the black-clothed elder were discussing yesterday, and naturally, they'd investigated Meng Yao's friends as well. She wanted to use them as an example. Tang Yun. Meng Yao's heart skipped a beat. Luckily, Lin Yi had gone to the kitchen to make breakfast. Otherwise, he'd definitely ask who Tang Yun was. But Meng Yao couldn't really say anything. She said calmly, don't mention my friends. Now, I just want to ask, what can I get from the Palace of Darkness? The Palace Master of the Palace of Darkness, all of the palace's training resources are open to you. The Grand Elder said. Grand Elder, let's talk openly and honestly, Yi Futian said. Meng Yao was very rational. She'd thought about it all night. She looked at the Grand Elder and said slowly, you're hiding something from me, aren't you? What can I hide? The Grand Elder's face changed. Meng Yao, what do you mean? It seems like you don't want me to go to the Palace of Darkness, Grand Elder. Meng Yao shook her head, then there's no need for us to talk anymore. You're hiding something from me, and you're not telling me. How can I guarantee that you'll keep your promise? What are you trying to say? The Great Elder took a deep breath as if he had thought of something, but he asked with uncertainty. 1 for 1. Meng Yao said, I think I've made myself clear enough. Grand Elder, you should be able to understand. If you agree, then we'll talk about the rest. Otherwise, there's nothing to talk about. You know everything. About your mom. The Grand Elder was now completely certain that Meng Yao knew about Yiwan-er's situation. Otherwise, she wouldn't have suggested a 1-for-1 trade. Chapter 3098. That. I need to think about it. The Grand Elder's face wasn't looking too good. This was the condition she didn't want to accept the most, but she didn't expect Meng Yao to be the first to bring it up. It seemed like the black-clothed elder was right. What other conditions do you have? Tell me all of them and I'll think about them. The other thing is, I want absolute freedom. My friends can come and see me anytime, or I'll come home when I'm free. You can't stop me from calling my friends and family. Meng Yao said. That's right. That's not a problem. The Grand Elder already knew that Meng Yao's personality was completely different from Yuan-er's. It was basically impossible to expect Meng Yao to be as docile as Yuan-er. So, the Grand Elder didn't even think about it and agreed to Meng Yao's request. She knew that even if she didn't agree, she couldn't do anything if Meng Yao insisted. Don't let me go home. Don't let me see my friends. Fine, I won't train anymore, I won't inherit anymore. What can you do? So, in order to make Meng Yao happy, the Grand Elder agreed without hesitation. As for the first condition, since it involved the Dark Palace's benefits, she had to think about it carefully. She couldn't make a decision right now. That's all. If you agree, I'll go with you. Meng Yao said, if not, then there's nothing I can do. This. The Grand Elder took a deep breath. She almost nodded in agreement. After all, Meng Yao said that she'd go with her if she agreed. In her heart, she really wanted Meng Yao to leave right now. But her rationality made her say, I'll think about it and give you an answer. All right. Meng Yao nodded. At that moment, Lin Yi had already put the breakfast on the table. Yao Yao. Shu, Han, time to eat. Lin Yi called, not putting the Grand Elder in his eyes at all. All right. Let's eat then, I'm hungry. The Grand Elder had been thinking about how to get Meng Yao to train with her at the Dark Palace yesterday, so she didn't eat dinner at all. She was a little hungry now. I'm sorry, I didn't prepare your share. Lin Yi shrugged and pointed to the food on the table. This is our own. The Great Elder's face immediately turned red, but he remembered that he couldn't get angry at this moment. Everything had to be done for the sake of the sect, so he just coldly snorted and said, this old one is a heaven stage expert. They were cultivators. He didn't need to eat. I'm just teasing you. Even if you want me to eat it, I won't. Hey let's go. Yes. Grand Elder. The black-clothed elder quickly replied. Thus, the Grand Elder quickly left with the black-clothed elder, not leaving a single cloud behind. Fu. Chu Mengyao let out a long sigh of relief as the Grand Elder left. She sat down at the table. It seems like my conditions have troubled the Grand Elder. It doesn't matter. As long as we stick to this bottom line, she will compromise. Lin Yi said as he gave the miss a look. This is also your father's wish. Otherwise, you wouldn't have left, right? Yes, if my mother doesn't come back, I'd rather die than leave. Meng Yao paused, but she still played along with Lin Yi. Not far from the door, the Grand Elder and the black-clothed elder were hiding in the dark. They didn't leave yet. The Grand Elder wanted to eavesdrop on Meng Yao's conversation after they left. He wanted to know what Meng Yao's bottom line was. But when the Grand Elder heard Meng Yao's words, she staggered. She wouldn't leave even if she died. Her face darkened. It seemed like she had no choice but to agree. Let's go. The Grand Elder stopped eavesdropping and quickly left with the black-clothed elder. The Grand Elder was a Sky Class Master. Don't forget that Lin Yi was also a Sky Class Master. Lin Yi also felt that the Grand Elder didn't leave, so he asked Meng Yao. His goal was to let the Grand Elder eavesdrop. Now, he achieved his goal. Alright, the Grand Elder left. She was eavesdropping just now. Lin Yi said to Meng Yao, let's eat. So that's how it is. The miss understood. Lin Yi, do you think she'll agree? Theoretically, it shouldn't be a problem, Lin Yi said. With that, everyone started to eat their breakfast in silence. Meng Yao's departure was getting closer and closer, and the whole living room was filled with a sad atmosphere. It was an indescribable sadness. Today, Meng Yao and Yushu didn't go to school but stayed at home. Perhaps they would leave tonight. Meng Yao couldn't bear to leave. She couldn't bear to leave her daddy, couldn't bear to leave Shu, couldn't bear to leave General Wei Wu, couldn't bear to leave Lin Yi. With Dongfang Cha's death, House Dongfang sent another elder. However, this elder was a sky-class mid-phase. His name was Dongfang Song. When he came, he received orders from Dongfang Jingxing to only cooperate with Dongfang Buqiu to deal with Su Shihan and the people around her. Other than that, he was not to agree to any of Dongfang Buqiu's requests. If he couldn't change his mind, he would call Dongfang Jingxing and let him talk to Dongfang Buqiu. Fortunately, Dongfang Buqiu was well behaved this time. He knew what his father sent this person for, so he didn't make any unreasonable requests. Of course, Dongfang Buqiu didn't feel guilty at all for Dongfang Cha's death. As far as he was concerned, it was Dongfang Cha who didn't use her eyes and clashed with the Dark Palace's popularity. Who could he blame? Why didn't you find out about the student's background before you captured her? Go up and capture her. Aren't you afraid of death? And so, Dongfang Buqiu didn't feel guilty at all. One had to say, Dongfang Buqiu relied on his identity as the only heir to the head of the house. Otherwise, why would the Dongfang people respect him? Young Master Buqiu, the head of the house asked me to cooperate with you to deal with Su Shihan and the people around her. Dongfang Song told Dongfang Buqiu his goal as soon as he came. He wanted Dongfang Buqiu to know that this was his goal and not to cause any more trouble. Chapter 3099. That's for the best. You're not weak, young master. Dongfang Song nodded. Motherfucker, who do you think you are? Using a chicken feather as a token of authority, like a fox borrowing the tiger's might. Dongfang Buruo inwardly despised Dongfang Song. You're still trying to negotiate with me. Wait till I sit in the position of young patriarch, see how I deal with you. However, on the surface, Dongfang Buqiu didn't show it. He was impatient. He followed Su Shihan's manager, Sister Wang, and found her location. However, Dongfang Buqiu didn't act rashly. He knew his own strength. Although he felt that Su Shihan shouldn't have any powerful people around her, he was a person who cherished his life. So, after finding out her location, he returned to the hotel and waited for Dongfang Song. In the blink of an eye, it was evening. The Supreme Elder brought the black-clothed elder back to Lin Yi's villa. This time, Lin Yi directly opened the door and let the Grand Elder in. You're here. Have you thought it through? Meng Yao, after some consideration, I can agree to your conditions. The Grand Elder suddenly changed the topic, but your father, Yuan He, must always be an honorary elder of the Palace of Darkness, and cannot leave the Palace of Darkness. Of course, she can live in the secular world. Meng Yao nodded. She knew that the Grand Elder had compromised, and this was the best way. It was impossible for her mother to leave the Palace of Darkness completely. Okay, that's not a problem, as long as my mother comes back. Meng Yao nodded. Alright, tell me more about the inheritors of the Dark Phoenix bloodline. What am I going to do after I go there? How am I going to do it? Moreover, after I became the inheritor. What are they going to do? I hope that Grand Elder won't hide anything from me. Tell me everything. This. The Grand Elder hesitated. Meng Yao had told him what she had to do and how she had to do it, and that was fine, but it was hard to say what she had to do after becoming an inheritor. It was dangerous, and the Grand Elder was afraid that Meng Yao would change her mind if he told her. Grand Elder. Since I promised you. He would not go back on his word. I just want to know. Meng Yao said with determination. Alright, since that's the case, I'll tell you about it. The Grand Elder had no other choice. He could only nod, go to the Palace of Darkness. In truth, he was cultivating in one of the residences in the Dark Phoenix mountain range. During his cultivation, he would comprehend the metal-type inheritance of the Dark Phoenix mountain range. You should know that the Dark Phoenix bloodline belongs to the metal element. However, the inheritance we obtained is the Dark Phoenix inheritance, not the metal element inheritance. Instead, we awaken the Dark Phoenix bloodline in our bodies to activate the metal element. In this world, there are very few people with the Dark Phoenix bloodline. Usually, their ancestors obtained it by chance, and then passed it on through the only method of blood relatives. Therefore, there are very few people who can be used as a reference. Only your mother, Yi Wanner. I hope you can have a good chat with her. At least, I haven't discovered any other Dark Phoenix bloodline yet. The Grand Elder thought that she'd find a new inheritor of the Dark Phoenix bloodline, but she didn't expect it to be Meng Yao. She'd seen Meng Yao when she was young, and the Dark Phoenix bloodline was already pitifully low. There was no use at all, so how did it become so pure all of a sudden? Meng Yao nodded. All right, I'll have a good chat with my mother. But, with the purity of the Dark Phoenix bloodline in your body, you'll be able to accept the inheritance. The Grand Elder comforted, but why is your bloodline so pure? Could it be that something has happened? The Grand Elder seemed to be asking casually, but she was actually trying to find out the reason, to give the Palace of Darkness a way out. If they could find out how to purify the Dark Phoenix bloodline, then the Palace of Darkness' future would be guaranteed. It had to be said that although the Supreme Elder was very sinister, ruthless, and unreasonable, he was loyal and devoted to the sect. He did not have any selfish motives. I swallowed a Black Phoenix. Meng Yao didn't hide anything. What? You swallowed a Dark Phoenix. The Grand Elder jumped as she thought of something. Could it be that the Dark Phoenix from before was bought by you guys? That's right, I bought it. Lin Yi nodded. Could it be that swallowing a Dark Phoenix can purify the Dark Phoenix bloodline? It's not purified. It means that a person without the Dark Phoenix bloodline will have it after swallowing a Dark Phoenix. The Grand Elder was a little excited. Meng Yao was the first generation of the Dark Phoenix bloodline, and Meng Yao's children would be able to inherit the Dark Phoenix bloodline and become inheritors. Even if they didn't have the chance to participate in the Sky Class Island project, becoming an inheritor would be beneficial as well. They'd be able to smoothly raise their strength to Sky Class late phase peak, ensuring the overall strength of the Palace of Darkness. Of course, the disappointing thing was that Meng Yao's method of inheriting the Dark Phoenix bloodline wasn't something that could be replicated or referenced. All the disciples of the Palace of Darkness knew that the first inheritor of the Dark Phoenix bloodline was born after swallowing a Dark Phoenix, but Dark Phoenixes were very rare, and it took hundreds of years to find one. Meng Yao had swallowed one by chance, and it seemed like she was quite lucky. I see. Meng Yao nodded. No wonder you didn't take me with you before. Meng Yao felt that she was quite lucky. At least she'd lived in the common world for so many years, and she'd even met Lin Yi. Yes, let's not talk about the past, let's talk about the present. Now that you're in the Palace of Darkness, there's practically no danger when it comes to training. It could even be described as a smooth journey. After all, inheritors who have received the inheritance have no barriers. The Grand Elder said, the only thing you're worried about is what you're going to do and where you're going. To be honest, I'm not too sure about that myself, but it said that there's a Sky Class Island project, allowing all Sky Class late phase peak to have a chance of breaking through to Heavenly Dao. I heard that there'll be some danger when the Sky Class Island project opens, but I'm not sure what it is exactly. Chapter 3100. The situation was similar to what the Grand Elder had said. There was some danger, but they didn't know what the danger was. Thinking about it, the Grand Elder and the Ice Palace Shuegu knew about the same, so Meng Yao didn't ask any more. She nodded and said, if, and I'm saying if, Lin Yi's strength reached that level, would he be able to help me at the last moment? I'm not too sure. The Supreme Elder shook his head and said, but according to the rumors, Even us peak late phase heaven rank and great perfection heaven rank experts can't get involved because our physiques aren't suitable. Going would just be throwing away our lives. This. Meng Yao was silent. What she wanted the most was for Lin Yi to help them at the last moment, but now it seemed that it wouldn't be possible. Even the Grand Elder couldn't interfere, let alone Lin Yi. On the other hand, Lin Yi smiled and didn't say anything. In fact, only Lin Yi knew that others couldn't, but he definitely could. Because Taggin Dragon could do it, he definitely could. Taggin Dragon had 5 elements, and Lin Yi had 7 elements. He had 2 more elements than Taggin Dragon, so Lin Yi wouldn't be a problem at the last moment. However, Lin Yi couldn't say this. This was a secret, and Lin Yi didn't want others to know too early. Tian Chan knew, but Tian Chan wouldn't say it. Lin Yi still trusted her, but he didn't trust the Grand Elder at all. Yao Yao, it's fine. I'll be there to cheer for you when the time comes. Lin Yi smiled and said. Okay, that's good. Meng Yao breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, she was just a little worried. She was relieved that Lin Yi said that. Meng Yao could vaguely guess what was going on. She also knew about Lin Yi's physique. She had also heard about Little 1 and Little 11 going to look for Sun Jingyi to heal Taggin Dragon. Taggin Dragon's physique was similar to Lin Yi's, so since Taggin Dragon was an important member of the future Heaven Island plan, Lin Yi should also be able to go, so there shouldn't be a problem. Of course, the Miss and Lin Yi were on the same side, but she didn't have any sense of belonging to the Palace of Darkness. She would never tell the Grand Elder about this. Since that's the case. When can you come with us? The Grand Elder looked at Meng Yao expectantly. Naturally, she wanted it to be as soon as possible, but she was afraid that Meng Yao wouldn't leave immediately. Today, let's go. Meng Yao took a deep breath and gritted her teeth. She had to leave sooner or later, and there was no point in staying here for a day or two. The Grand Elder also allowed her to contact Lin Yi and Shu. When Lin Yi and Shu missed her, they could go to the Palace of Darkness to visit her. She could also go to the Palace of Darkness to see her. So, since Meng Yao had decided, she'd leave tonight. Tonight. That's great. The Grand Elder was overjoyed after hearing Meng Yao's words. But at this moment, there was a loud bang, and the villa's door was kicked open. The Grand Elder was too excited and didn't notice the person outside. So when the door was kicked open, she froze. On the other hand, it was Lin Yi. He had felt someone coming earlier, but Lin Yi didn't know if it was for the Grand Elder or himself. However, the Jade didn't warn him, which meant that there wasn't any actual danger. As expected, when Lin Yi saw their strength, he didn't put them in his eyes at all. An Earth-class late-phase peak, and a Sky-class mid-phase, they were nothing in Lin Yi's hands. The Jade warned him based on actual danger, and if it wasn't a threat to him, the Jade wouldn't warn him as his strength increased. This was a bit smart. Dongfang Song, go, capture them. Naturally, it was Dongfang Burui. He brought Dongfang Song and broke into Lin Yi's villa to capture Su Shihan. As far as he was concerned, everyone in the villa was from the common world, so he didn't put them in his eyes. But when Dongfang Burui, other than Su Shihan, there were 2 super beauties on the sofa, and his eyes lit up. He called out to Dongfang Song, we can't let these 2 go. I didn't get to have fun before, but this time I'm going to have fun, especially these 2 girls. I want to have sex 3 times in one night. Yes, young Master Burui Dongfang Song nodded, since they were people related to Su Shihan, even though Dongfang Jinxing had told him to cooperate with Dongfang Burui to capture Su Shihan, he also said that he could deal with the people around Su Shihan. So, he'd capture them as well. This way, he wouldn't go against Dongfang Jinxing's wishes, and he wouldn't offend Dongfang Burui. Why not? And so, in the next moment, Dongfang Song grabbed towards Meng Yao and Shirhan. As for the Grand Elder, Dongfang Song didn't care about it at all. In his eyes, she was just an old granny. Maybe she was the nanny of the villa. He was guarding against Lin Yi and the black-clothed elder. From what he could see, these two might be Su Shirhan's bodyguards, so Dongfang Song didn't hide his strength at all. His sky-class mid-phase strength was on full display. "What are you guys doing?" The Grand Elder saw that Dongfang Song was going to grab Meng Yao, and she was enraged. "Dongfang House is here to do something, those who don't have anything to do with it, scram, or die." Dongfang Song humphed coldly and said to the Grand Elder. In his eyes, the Grand Elder was the nanny of the villa, and the ignorant knew no fear. "What?" The Grand Elder was completely stunned. "Fuck, your Dongfang House was indeed stronger than the Dark Palace, that was undeniable, but even if they were stronger, they couldn't bully us over and over again. Earlier, I killed your elder Dongfang Cha, but I've already made a statement, because he captured the inheritor of the Dark Palace, and now you guys send a sky-class mid-phase master to capture her. They didn't even put the Dark Palace and the inheritor in their eyes at all. If the inheritor was just from the Dark Palace, then it'd be fine, but this was related to the benefits of so many ancient sects. Your Dongfang House was too arrogant, wasn't it? Were they looking to die? Do you dare touch one of them?" The Grand Elder's face was green as he said darkly. Chapter 3101. In Dongfang Song's eyes, the Grand Elder was just a mortal, and it didn't matter if he died. "You're courting death." The Supreme Elder was about to go berserk. "With your strength, you want to kill this old body. I'll send you to hell first." The Grand Elder's fingers shook and slapped her waist, and a red silk flew towards Dongfang Song. Dongfang Song's eyes suddenly congealed, full of shock and disbelief. He seemed to understand something in an instant, but it was too late to dodge. Bang! The red silk hit Dongfang Song's body, and his whole body was sent flying. He crashed into the wall of the villa, twitched a few times, and then fell to the ground, dead. Dongfang Buruo was dumbfounded. Sky-class late-phase peak. How was this Su Shirhan so strong? How did she have a bodyguard like this? How was he supposed to capture her? A sky-class late-phase peak wouldn't do anything to him, right? It wouldn't kill him, would it? You're Dongfang Buruo from the Dongfang family. The Grand Elder was furious, but she knew that some people could be killed and some couldn't. Dongfang Buruo was the main culprit, but he was the only heir of the Dongfang family. If the Grand Elder killed him, then no matter what, the Dongfang family and the Dark Palace wouldn't rest until one of them was dead. So the Grand Elder didn't make a move, and only asked, You, don't kill me." Dongfang Buruo shivered and took 2 steps back. He wanted to run, but he didn't dare. "Your Dongfang family keeps trying to capture my inheritor, what's the meaning of this? Do you have some sort of special hobby?" The Grand Elder was furious, seeing that we're both in the ancient level. "I'll let you go this time. I'll let you go. Dongfang is not weak, right? Go back and tell Dongfang Jin Xing, don't go too far. The inheritor of the Dark Palace is involved in the interests of the entire ancient level, and your Dongfang family is no exception. I hope you don't cause any trouble, or you'll be the enemy of the entire ancient level." Ah. This time, Dongfang Buruo finally understood what was going on. This old lady wasn't a master hired by Su Shirhan, but someone who went to the villa to find an inheritor. It seemed like that inheritor was one of the 2 girls he wanted Dongfang to capture. Did Dongfang Cha die because of this? Not Weak felt the urge to cry. How unlucky was he? Su Shirhan could have stayed at anyone's house, but it had to be the inheritor's house. He hadn't even seen Meng Yao and Yushu before. Of course, they didn't know that Dongfang Cha had found them. In the end, he came to his door and wanted to capture him. It would be strange if the great elder of the Dark Palace wasn't angry. But this was a complete misunderstanding. I'm sorry. I'll leave now. Dongfang Borough cried out in his heart. However, there was nothing he could do. After all, even if he wanted to explain, he had to get the Grand Elder to believe him. Plus, he didn't reveal that he was here to deal with Su Shihan. He was afraid that Su Shihan would be alarmed and move away from here, and he wouldn't be able to find her next time. So Dongfang Borough only apologized, and didn't even mention anything about Su Shihan. Bring this corpse along. I don't want to see you again. The Great Elder waved his hand and said. Yes. Dongfang Borough quickly picked up Dongfang Song's body and left the villa. The Great Elder shook his head as he watched Dongfang Boruo's departing figure. He sighed to himself. Even though he had spared Dongfang Boruo's life, he had now formed a grudge with the Dongfang clan. He wondered if the Dongfang clan would take this lying down. But killing one didn't matter, killing two didn't matter. He'd killed one, and he'd made enemies. Killing Dongfang Song in front of Meng Yao was also a way to prove to Meng Yao how important she was to the Great Elder, and in the future, Palace of Dark Palace wouldn't mistreat her. However, the Supreme Elder was incomparably astonished. The Dongfang clan didn't seem to be retarded or arrogant. I've already made an announcement and they know that I'm here to look for an inheritor. Yet, Dongfang Borough actually brought another person here to capture the inheritor. What's going on? Lin Yi frowned as well. As far as he could see, the shock and helplessness on Dongfang Boruo's face wasn't an act. This kid wasn't that scheming. It seemed like Dongfang Boruo's target this time was Su Shihan, and not Meng Yao and Yushu. As for the order to capture Meng Yao and Yushu, it was just a spur-of-the-moment decision, and the Great Elder misunderstood. He thought that House Dongfang was here to capture Meng Yao, and so another person from House Dongfang died. Come to think of it, House Dongfang was quite pitiful, losing quite a few people in a short period of time. The point was, someone else did it for Lin Yi before he could even make a move. This saved Lin Yi quite a bit of effort. At the very least, House Dongfang wouldn't notice him yet, and he could hide behind the scenes to protect Shihan. What if House Dongfang sent out a Sky-class late phase or peak late phase if he was exposed? That wasn't something Lin Yi wanted to see. Lin Yi's current strength wasn't enough to deal with a Sky-class late phase or higher, and so, with the Great Elder taking the blame, Lin Yi was more than happy to be at peace. Meng Yao, you've seen it for yourself. I made House Dongfang my enemy just to protect you, killing their practitioners. You should know how important you are to me now, right? The elder said to Meng Yao. Okay, then. Let's go. Meng Yao, naturally, knew that today's matter was a misunderstanding, because she knew about Shihan's situation, but she didn't say much. After all, her relationship with the Palace of Darkness could only be a cooperative relationship, but, I'm the Palace Master now, right? That's right, you are the new Palace Master of Darkness. The Great Elder nodded. Then I need to clarify, who's the Palace Master, or the Great Elder? Meng Yao looked at the Great Elder and asked. Naturally, the Palace Master is the Palace Master. In the Palace of Darkness, the Palace Master is the second most powerful person other than me. The Great Elder quickly said. Of course, this power was given by the Great Elder, and if she said that Meng Yao had the power, then she had it. The previous Palace Master, Wan wasn't even as powerful as a normal elder, but Meng Yao was going to rewrite history. How could the Miss be bullied so easily? Chapter 3102. Oh, if that's the case, hey you have a disciple named Xiao Qibing, right? Meng Yao turned to the elder and asked faintly. Yes, Palace Master. The elder sweated as he replied. He could tell that Meng Yao wasn't a pushover. Even the Grand Elder didn't dare mess with her. She was completely different from the Yi-Wan, from before. So the elder didn't dare to be slow. Oh, I don't like him. From tomorrow onwards, let him clean the toilets in the palace. Meng Yao said. That's... The elder still had high hopes for Qibing, and he'd wanted Qibing to be his inheritor. He didn't want to be sent to clean the toilets just like that. He didn't want to. Hey you're not willing. The Miss face turned cold. Hey you don't want to be an elder anymore. If he doesn't want to clean, you clean with him. The Grand Elder panicked. He'd spent so much effort convincing Meng Yao, and now she was going back to the palace. What was she doing here? Did she want to die? Yes. Then let Qibing go clean the toilet. The black-clothed elder jumped in fright and quickly said. Okay. Meng Yao nodded, her face softening. As for Qibing, the Miss didn't like him for a long time, but she didn't bring it up to the Grand Elder. After all, punishing Qibing was a piece of cake for the Miss who'd become the palace master of the Dark Palace. There was no need to bring it up. She only had one condition, and the Grand Elder had to agree to it whether he wanted to or not. If there were too many conditions, the Grand Elder would have to agree to one or two of them. Meng Yao couldn't do anything about the rest. This was the eldest Miss's cleverness. Of course, the Miss didn't kick Xiao Qibing out of the Palace of Darkness. This kid was too evil, and Meng Yao wanted to keep him under her eyelids. If he did anything reckless, she'd be able to find out immediately. She'd also be able to deal with him in different ways, so she could vent some of her anger. Then can we leave now? The Grand Elder asked. Missy nodded her head and looked at the villa reluctantly. With one last look, he smiled at Lin Yi, Shu, and Su Shihan before turning around and walking out of the mansion. Goodbye. Meng Yao said in her heart. But I'll reach Sky Class late phase peak soon. At that time, I'll be in charge of the Palace of Darkness. At that time, no one will be able to stop me from returning. Yao Yao. Yushu's eyes were red, and she couldn't help but call out. Meng Yao's footsteps paused as she walked out of the villa. He turned around and looked at Shu. Shu, listen to me. I'm leaving, but I can still come back. In the future. Don't mess around anymore. Listen to Lin Yi at home, do you hear me? Oh. Yushu nodded obediently. Lin Yi. Goodbye. Take care of Shu for me. I'll leave her to you. Meng Yao wanted to leave, but Shu stopped her. She turned around and looked at Lin Yi. Her heart was filled with reluctance. This was the sadness of being separated from a loved one. At this moment, the Missy finally understood how much she missed Lin Yi, and how much she didn't want to leave him. I like him. Yes. I like him. Meng Yao's heart was set in stone at that moment. Most of the time, you only know how important something is after you lose it. So, I do like him, don't worry. Lin Yi nodded. Lin Yi. Meng Yao gritted her teeth. After understanding her feelings, she didn't want to leave with any regrets. She wanted to tell Lin Yi her feelings, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. At this moment, Meng Yao suddenly felt a little annoyed. Damn Shu, you're so good at normal times, but you always drop the ball at critical times. You can't say, oh, Yao Yao sis Missy's shield bro and doesn't want to leave. At that moment, the Missy would nod shyly and say yes. But Shu didn't say it. Meng Yao really wanted to choke her to death. Ha! Lin Yi looked at the Missy, who had a slight change in expression. He didn't know what was wrong with her. Drop the ball at critical times, Shu. Meng Yao glared at Yushu and stomped her feet. She turned around and prepared to leave. She couldn't say what was on her mind. The Missy was a shy person. Oh. Yushu didn't know what was going on. Why was Yao Yao scolding her when she was about to leave? What was going on? However, Yushu wasn't stupid. She knew Meng Yao better than Lin Yi. After all, they had lived together for so many years. Oh, Yao Yao sis, don't worry. I'll guard the door for you. I won't let anyone take away your position as the first wife. Lin Yi looked at Shu and felt strange. She was about to leave, why was Shu still joking around? However, what surprised Lin Yi even more was yet to come. The Missy blushed and nodded lightly. She let out a soft voice, N. Lin Yi was stunned. Although Mingyao's voice was soft, he was a sky class master. He heard her clearly. After a moment, Lin Yi's heart seemed to be touched by something. It turned out that the eldest miss liked him. This N represented thousands of words. Lin Yi understood Mingyao's feelings. Yao Yao. In Lin Yi's heart, it was impossible to say that he didn't like the Missy. They had been together for so long. Everyone had feelings. Moreover, they had experienced so much together. It was just that Lin Yi wasn't sure about the Missy's feelings in the past. Meng Yao smiled shyly and turned around. Before she left, she said softly, Lin Yi, I like you. Meng Yao let go of the stone in her heart. At this moment, she felt much more relaxed. After she finished her sentence, she didn't look at Lin Yi. She quickly disappeared into the night. Me too. Lin Yi said to Meng Yao's back. I'll go and see you. Actually, I had a good impression of you when I first came to Songshan. Lin Yi's affirmation made Meng Yao very happy. However, she didn't stop. She was afraid that if she stopped, she wouldn't be able to walk anymore. When he first came to Songshan, didn't that mean that Lin Yi liked her earlier than Tang Yun? Meng Yao's heart was filled with happiness. It was as sweet as eating honey. Chapter 3103. And now, she had to leave. Going to the Palace of Dark Nights, it'd be hard to see Lin Yi again. Although she and the Grand Elder had gotten their freedom, Meng Yao couldn't go out of the common world all the time. There was a limit to everything, and Meng Yao wasn't going to challenge the Grand Elder's mental limit just because of that. She could tell that the Grand Elder of the Palace of Dark Nights was different from the Snow Valley's Grand Elder. Although the Grand Elder had changed, the domineering mentality formed over the years wasn't something that could be changed easily. The Grand Elder didn't stop the words of love between Lin Yi and Meng Yao. Her attitude towards Meng Yao and Yuan was completely different. It couldn't be helped, the two's personalities were different. Of course, the Grand Elder still looked down on Lin Yi. She thought that Lin Yi was only a freelancer, so she didn't say a word to Lin Yi since they came to Meng Yao's place. But Lin Yi didn't mind. As long as the Grand Elder treated Meng Yao well, it was fine. Lin Yi didn't care about anything else. To get along with someone like the Grand Elder, it was either someone like Meng Yao, controlling her in certain things, or someone stronger than her, like Mr. Yang back then, Mr. Yang. Actually, Lin Yi had his suspicions when Peng Zhan mentioned Mr. Yang. Just who was this Mr. Yang? How could he be so powerful that he didn't even put the Grand Elder, a sky-class late-phase peak, in his eyes? Of course, Lin Yi wouldn't link it to his master. After all, Lin Yi didn't know about his master and Lin Dongfang's achievements in the past. Lin Dongfang didn't mention these things to Lin Yi even once. If it weren't for Lin Dongfang's occasional display of dominance, which made Lin Yi feel that Lin Dongfang's strength wasn't normal, he wouldn't have thought of anything else. After all, these things were too foreign to Lin Yi. Oh. Shu is finally a small wife. Yushu said suddenly after Meng Yao left. Lin Yi was stunned by Yushu's words, but he understood what was going on. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Shu, Yao Yao is gone, why are you still making a fuss? I'm leaving too. Yushu said weakly. Yushu's words reminded Lin Yi abruptly. Yushu was about to leave, too, in the blink of an eye. The people around him would leave one by one. Perhaps, in the near future, they would meet again. Lin Yi was looking forward to the arrival of that day. After returning to the living room of the villa, Lin Yi sat on the sofa in silence. Everything was like a dream. Big Missy suddenly left just like that. There seemed to be something missing in the villa. Before, Dongfang Buruo was here to capture me. I didn't think he would drag Yao Yao into this. Shirhan was the first to break the silence. She felt that it was necessary to tell Lin Yi. I've thought of that as well. Lin Yi smiled. Su Shirhan paused for a second. Yeah. If she thought of it, how could Lin Yi not think of it as well? It was Lin Yi who told her about her identity and the fact that Dongfang House wanted to deal with her. This time, they sent a Sky-class mid-phase master. The person they sent is a Sky-class mid-phase master. Next time they'll probably send someone even stronger. Won't that drag you down? Shirhan asked worriedly. We can't ask the Grand Elder for help, can we? Although Yao Yao went to the Dark Palace and is the new palace master, she still hasn't gotten a firm foothold yet. I know, but we'll deal with it when it comes. Lin Yi was worried as well. This time, it would be best if Dongfang House just let it go. If they sent an even stronger master, Lin Yi really wouldn't be able to handle it. I'm sorry. I caused you trouble. Shirhan said apologetically. What are you saying? I'm your bodyguard. I'm paid to get rid of misfortune, that's the old saying. Lin Yi smiled nonchalantly, but in his heart, he was thinking that now that he was a Sky-class master, he should find Han Jingjing one day to test it out and see if he could concoct the Qi-gathering pill with her. If he could concoct the Qi-gathering pill, then Lin Yi would be able to break through continuously. However, Han Jingjing seemed to be very busy recently. He told Han Xiaoqiao to tell Han Jingjing to contact him, but Han Jingjing hadn't called yet. It seemed like she was still in isolation. At night, Lin Yi went to his room to train, while Shirhan and Yushu went upstairs to rest. Dongfang Buruo carried Dongfang Song's body back to the hotel. However, he did not dare to take the body out. Instead, he placed it in the trunk of his car. After driving the car back to the hotel, the first thing he did was call his father, Dongfang Jinxing. Buruo, how is it? Is it done? From Dongfang Jinxing's perspective, with Dongfang Song, a Sky-class mid-phase master, dealing with Shirhan was a piece of cake. Dad, he's dead. Dongfang Song. He's dead. Dongfang Buruo said nervously. Even now, he still hadn't calmed down. It could be seen that he was quite frightened. Dead? Dongfang Jinxing almost threw the phone away. How did Dongfang Song die? How did he die? Buruo, what did you say? Shirhan's bodyguard was that strong. Even a Sky-class mid-phase master like Dongfang Song was killed. Dad, no, it wasn't Shirhan's bodyguard, it was the Grand Elder of the Dark Palace. Dongfang Buruo quickly said. Dark Palace? Grand Elder? What? She went to cause trouble for you again. Dongfang Jinxing was completely infuriated, because Dongfang family was in the wrong. Dongfang Cha died. He didn't go to cause trouble for the Dark Palace immediately, but the Dark Palace shouldn't push their luck, right? Were they trying to kill them all or something? They lost another Sky-class mid-phase master, and you killed him. Dad, it's not that we wanted to cause trouble for her. It's like this. This time, Dongfang Buruo didn't dare hide it. After all, the Grand Elder might make another statement, and if he lied, it would be easy to see through him. So he just told the truth and told Dongfang Jinxing that he didn't know Shirhan. Dongfang Buruo's words made Dongfang Jinxing completely dumbfounded. You guys went to capture someone else's inheritor again. Then you really can't blame the Grand Elder of the Dark Palace. Is there anyone like you guys? Capture her once and you want to capture her again. You're lucky we let you go this time. Chapter 3104. Never mind, it's not your fault. You can only blame the Grand Elder of the Dark Palace. If he had announced his identity earlier, all this wouldn't have happened. The people of Dongfang family were all like that. When something went wrong, they wouldn't blame themselves, but blame others. Yeah, Dad, what should I do now? Dongfang Buruo said unwillingly, are we just going to let Su Shihan's matter go? Let it go. How is that possible? Dongfang Jinxing didn't dare cause trouble for the Dark Palace, so he could only find trouble for Su Shihan. This time, I will send a Sky-class mid-stage peak master from the Dongfang family to help you. Actually, Dongfang Jinxing didn't want to send such a strong master, but the low-level masters were all dead. Now, the Dongfang family only had 2 Sky-class mid-stage peak, 2 Sky-class late-stage peak, and 2 Sky-class late-stage peak full perfection masters. Although the Dongfang family was strong, losing so many Sky-class masters was a huge blow to them. They went from a top ancient power to a mid-level ancient power. Luckily, the top masters of the family were fine. Otherwise, Dongfang Jinxing would be crying. Okay, thank you Dad so much. Dongfang Buruo was overjoyed. He didn't think that Dongfang Jinxing would support him this wholeheartedly. Of course, if Dongfang Jinxing knew that Dongfang Jian was killed by Lin Yi in the beginning, and that Lin Yi was Su Shihan's bodyguard, he wouldn't send a Sky-class mid-stage peak master out. That was suicide. However, Dongfang Jinxing needed to find a place to vent his anger. He couldn't touch the Dark Palace for now, but he could touch Su Shihan. If some people didn't die, he wouldn't be able to calm his anger. Lin Yi got a call from Fatty Lai not long after he returned to his room to rest. Hello, Fatty Lai, what's up? Lin Yi picked up the phone. Boss. The bank is asking for the debt. Fatty Lai smiled bitterly. Before, the company and House Liu both owed the bank a lot of money. Both the company and the Liu family owe the bank a lot of loans. Now, although the company can operate normally, there is no extra money to repay the loan. Once the loan is repaid, the operation of the company will definitely have a big problem. Oh. Lin Yi frowned after listening. He thought that there would be no other problem since the company was running smoothly. He didn't expect to be in debt. Our business is booming now. Can't the bank give us some time? Even if the Liu family was greatly weakened. But the Wu family and the Sun family are both at the top of the secular world. Can't you just say hello? Boss, actually. The bank has been pressuring us for a while now, and I asked someone to extend the deadline. The bank saw that our business was improving, so they stopped pressuring us. But now, they're under a lot of pressure. Fatty Lai said helplessly. If only he could think of something. He would naturally think of a way. Now that he really had no other way, he came to trouble Lin Yi. Alright, I got it. I will think of a way. Lin Yi nodded and said. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile bitterly. It turned out to be a company. He wanted to earn some pocket money for himself, but now, he was the one who earned money for the company. But no matter what, Lin Yi had to think of a way. After all, the company was the hope of the orphanage, and while Xiaoka's indifference to Lin Yi, the biggest donor of the orphanage, irritated him quite a bit, but Lin Yi's other identity was that of a male thief. Originally, Lin Yi wanted to wait for Han Jingjing, but now, Lin Yi had to call her. The phone rang for a while before it was connected. Han Jingjing's tired voice came from the other side. Lin Yi, big bro. Yeah, you're resting. Lin Yi heard Han Jingjing's voice, but he wasn't surprised. After all, Han Jingjing was in seclusion to study things. Sometimes, her days and nights would be reversed. It was normal for her to sleep early. No. What's the matter, Lin Yi big bro? Han Jingjing asked. It's like this. If you're free, come to my villa. I have something to talk to you about. Lin Yi said. Oh, okay. I'll go tomorrow morning. I have something to do here. I'll go after I'm done. Han Jingjing said. Okay. Lin Yi nodded and hung up. Lin Yi planned to let Han Jingjing refine some more pills, and then increase her strength to Earth-class late-phase peak. He wanted to see if he could refine a chi-gathering pill with Han Jingjing. After the call with Han Jingjing, Lin Yi continued to condense the forging fire. Under Lin Yi's hard work, Lin Yi's control of the forging fire was getting better and better. Lin Yi believed that if he continued like this, he would be able to start refining the jade space in half a month. In the middle of the night, Lin Yi was concentrating on condensing the forging fire. Suddenly, he heard footsteps. Lin Yi opened his eyes slightly and looked at the direction of his room. Shoo! Lin Yi could tell that it was Shoo. Shield bro, I can't sleep. Yushu was in her pajamas, yawning. Miss Yao Yao. Lin Yi looked at Shu and was silent. To be honest, he missed Meng Yao. Although Meng Yao had only left for a few hours, the feeling in his heart was different. In the past, even if Lin Yi left for a long time, he would feel at ease knowing that the miss was at home. But now, Lin Yi felt like he had lost something. Okay. Yushu nodded. I always thought that the one who left would be me, but I didn't expect it to be Yao Yao sis. Life is unpredictable, but maybe it's a good thing. Lin Yi smiled. You and Xiao Xiao are both inheritors now. If Yao Yao isn't, it'll be hard for her to stay with us in the future. So, if you think from this perspective, it's a good thing. Yeah. Yushu nodded. Shield bro, it's getting late. I'm going to sleep, okay? Lin Yi nodded. Looking at Yushu's lonely back, Lin Yi sighed. He could feel Yushu's sadness. A BMW sped from Yanjing to East Ocean City overnight. Although the girl driving the car was very tired, she still drove very fast. At 5 in the morning, the villa's doorbell rang. Lin Yi put away his forging fire and pushed the door open, only to see Han Jingjing standing at the doorway. Han Jingjing, however, looked indescribably haggard, as if she hadn't rested for many days in a row. Chapter 3105. Did you stay up late? Lin Yi opened the door of the villa and looked at Han Jingjing, his heart aching. Han Jingjing said that she wanted to make an invention to help him. It seemed like she had been working day and night, otherwise she wouldn't be like this. It's okay, Han Jingjing shook her head. Lin Yi bro, why are you looking for me so urgently? I want you to help me make some pills, and then I'll see if I can go to the Cultivator Trade Association to exchange for some money. As for House Lu and Fatty Lai, the bank is starting to chase them for debts again. I need to help them get some money. Lin Yi explained. Although the Cultivator Trade Association had a rule that they could only barter normally, he believed that with Lin Yi's deterrence last time and the relationship between Lin Yi and Ouyang, it shouldn't be a problem for him to bend the rules and exchange for some money. Okay, then let's start now. After Han Jingjing listened, she agreed readily. Wait, I'm a Sky Class early phase now. I'll raise your strength to Earth Class late phase peak and see if you can successfully make a 3rd level pill. Lin Yi said. Okay, Han Jingjing nodded and entered the villa with Lin Yi. When they arrived at Lin Yi's villa, Han Jingjing sat on the side of the bed and reached out her hand. She was ready to start chanting. Lin Yi didn't hesitate and directly grabbed Han Jingjing's wrist and started chanting the 3rd stage of the Art of Dragon Mastery. The 3rd stage could also help others increase their strength, but the speed of improvement was incomparable to the 2nd stage. When he helped Wu Chen Tian and the others increase their strength, Lin Yi hadn't practiced the third stage of the art of dragon mastery yet. He still used the second stage to increase his strength, so he didn't waste much time. This time, Lin Yi was shocked to find out that Han Jingjing's strength soared from Earth class early phase to Earth class late phase peak in less than 2 hours. The speed of the third stage of the art of dragon mastery was too overpowered. Han Jingjing's strength. It soared all the way to late Earth class peak before stopping. It seemed that even the third level of the art of dragon mastery couldn't break through the limits of one's own strength. It couldn't bring Han Jingjing to early sky class. However, Lin Yi was not surprised. This result was already very good. Big brother Lin Yi is so awesome, Jingjing is so satisfied. Han Jingjing's body was full of strength. He felt much more energized. The tiredness she felt when she entered the room was swept away. Pfft. Lin Yi looked at the blushing Han Jingjing. Her words could easily cause others to misunderstand and have their imaginations run wild. Amazing. Satisfied. He didn't know if Han Jingjing did it on purpose. Or was he trying to tempt her? Shall we start concocting pills now? Lin Yi asked. NN. Do you want to test the third-grade pills first, or do you want to refine the pills for sale first? Han Jingjing asked. Let's try to refine a third-grade medicinal pill first. Lin Yi's pursuit of strength was far greater than his pursuit of money. Without money, he could think of other ways, but without strength, sometimes people would die. Okay. Han Jingjing nodded and said, in order not to waste materials, I will now simulate refining a third-grade medicinal pill, but this may not be accurate, because there is no real thing, it will still be a little off. And, as long as the simulation is successful, we can actually try it. Lin Yi nodded. Han Jingjing also nodded and began to condense the alchemy fire. In an instant, a ball of alchemy fire leaped out of Han Jingjing's hand, and Han Jingjing's other hand was not idle. She clicked a few times on the tablet computer and began to simulate refining pills according to the time and temperature curve she summarized. And Lin Yi also began to urge the Heavenly Spring Rain martial technique to cooperate with Han Jingjing. Because in theory, Han Jingjing, who was at the peak of the late stage of Earth class, was not enough to successfully refine a third-grade medicinal pill. Only the early stage of Heaven class could have a certain chance of success. If she wanted to increase the success rate, her strength level must also be increased, and the early stage of Heaven class was the lowest limit. However, even with Lin Yi's help, Han Jingjing's forehead was soon covered with a thin layer of sweat. The physical strength and true qi consumption of a third-grade medicinal pill and a second-grade medicinal pill could not be mentioned in the same breath. As time passed, Lin Yi and Han Jingjing were very nervous, looking forward to the moment of success. But what made Lin Yi nervous was that Han Jingjing's physical strength was quickly exhausted, and Lin Yi also began to show signs of exhaustion. Huff. Lin Yi and Han Jingjing sighed at the same time. Failed. Failed at the last crucial moment. Although Lin Yi was an early stage of Heaven class, the Heavenly Spring Rain martial technique was not the same as the art of dragon mastery. Although Lin Yi's physical strength and true qi were enough to refine medicinal pills, the conversion rate of Heavenly Spring Rain was not very high, and there was no lack of physical strength and true qi, which was not as good as the art of dragon mastery. So, Han Jingjing finally failed. Moreover, she failed at the last crucial moment. In other words, if Lin Yi's strength was slightly higher, he could have succeeded. It still can't work. The simulation of refining the easiest recover pill has already failed, let alone this more complicated qi-gathering pill. Han Jingjing shook her head. It can't work, big brother Lin Yi. It's all because Jingjing's strength level is too low, if only it was a little higher. It's always big brother Lin Yi who brings Jingjing to level up, and Jingjing herself is a big idiot. Jingjing, don't say that, you've already done very well. Lin Yi suddenly blushed with shame. If Han Jingjing was an idiot, then there were not many smart people. In the cultivation world since ancient times, who could invent a scientific method of alchemy? Hey, big brother Lin Yi, help Jing Jing restore her physical strength and true energy. Jing Jing will refine grade 1 and grade 2 pills for you. Han Jingjing said. Lin Yi nodded and began to quickly help Han Jingjing restore her physical strength and true energy, and refining grade 1 and grade 2 pills was much easier for Han Jingjing. Soon, all the materials in Lin Yi's hands were refined. These materials were given by Vice President Ouyang when he went to the Cultivator Trade Association's market last time. However, in theory, these materials could only refine about 10 pills, but in Han Jingjing's hands, it more than doubled, refining a total of 25 pills. This made Lin Yi sigh. Han Jingjing is really a genius girl. Jing Jing, Yao Yao left. You still don't know about this matter, right? You were in seclusion at that time, so I didn't disturb you, Lin Yi said. Oh. Where did she go? Han Jingjing was slightly surprised and asked. Chapter 3106. It's a pity that I couldn't say goodbye to her personally. But don't be sad, brother Lin Yi. She went to improve her strength. In fact, I also want to improve my strength as soon as possible to help brother Lin Yi. Han Jingjing said seriously. And, Jing Jing, if there's nothing else, you can go back. I won't disturb you. Oh right, what are you researching? Lin Yi asked curiously. Han Jingjing had been in seclusion for a while, but Lin Yi didn't know what she was researching. Hee, it's related to alchemy. I'm sure it can help brother Lin Yi. You'll know when the time comes. Han Jingjing said mysteriously. Then, she suddenly smiled and blinked her eyes cutely. Actually, it's because I haven't succeeded yet. If I don't succeed, I'm afraid Shield Bro will laugh at me for being an idiot. Hee, how can that be? Lin Yi smiled. Then I won't ask. You should go back early. Han Jingjing nodded. It was getting late. She had to go back. Thinking about the things she had to do, Han Jingjing couldn't help but feel a headache. Lin Yi didn't expect Han Jingjing to leave so quickly. She didn't hesitate at all. She left Lin Yi's mansion and returned to her own mansion. Sister, you're back. Han Xiaoqiao was surprised to see Han Jingjing back. After all, he hadn't seen her for a while. Han Jingjing nodded. I still have things to do. You go first. Han Jingjing said and didn't pay much attention to Han Xiaoqiao. She went straight upstairs. Lin Yi didn't stay idle either. He brought the elixirs that Han Jingjing had refined and headed to the Cultivator Trade Association. What he wanted to do was to wait until the experts from the Dongfang family arrived. He went to the Cultivator Trade Association to sell the elixirs in his hands and exchange them for some money. When Dongfang Buruo came looking for trouble, Lin Yi would go back. However, Lin Yi had underestimated the enthusiasm of the masters from the Dongfang family. He didn't come this morning but took a plane to East Ocean City last night. There was actually a reason why this expert from the Dongfang family was so proactive. It was because he was the younger brother of the deceased Dongfang Jian, and his name was Dongfang Hard. Dongfang Chang came this time to help Dongfang Buruo deal with Su Shihan, but the first thing he did was not find Dongfang Buruo. Instead, he went to the Cultivator Trade Association to investigate the cause of his brother's death. Of course. This was something that Dongfang Jinxing had tacitly agreed to. After all, Dongfang Jinxing also wanted to know how Dongfang Jian had died. Moreover, Dongfang Hao also wanted to go to the Cultivator Trade Association to see if he could buy medicinal ingredients for Dongfang Buruo's cultivation. Lin Yi smoothly entered the Cultivator Trade Association's market square. He dialed Vice President Ouyang's number. Mr. Ling. Vice President Ouyang picked up the phone. a little surprised. After Lin Yi killed a master from the Dongfang family, he still dared to call him. Although he withstood the pressure and hid it well, paper can't cover fire. That day, Vice President Ouyang wasn't the only one at the scene. Although the others were all solo cultivators, even if they were solo cultivators, what if the Dongfang family came looking for them? It's me, Vice President Ouyang. I'm at the Cultivator Trade Association's Market Square. Are you there? I have something to talk to you about. Lin Yi said. Yes, I'm in the office. You can come find me directly. Vice President Ouyang said. Lin Yi brought the medicinal pills and came to Vice President Ouyang's office with ease. Vice President Ouyang, how have you been? Mr. Ling, you're here. Vice President Ouyang stood up and smiled at Lin Yi. May I know why Mr. Ling is here this time? Vice President Ouyang, I have some finished medicinal pills in my hands. Can you do me a favor and help me exchange some money? I'm a little short of money recently. As Lin Yi spoke, he put all the medicinal pills he brought on Vice President Ouyang's desk. This. Vice President Ouyang's face suddenly became a little ugly. Looking at the medicinal pills that Lin Yi put on the table, he didn't know how to explain to Lin Yi. What's wrong? Lin Yi was slightly stunned. Vice President Ouyang, do you have any difficulties? Mr. Ling, to tell you the truth, our Cultivator Trade Association has just sent a notice, and it was personally issued by the great honorary president. We are not allowed to sell medicinal pills privately. All our medicinal pills will be exclusively supplied by the Heavenly Elixir sect in the future. Vice President Ouyang said with some difficulty, although I also have a backer in the Cultivator Trade Association, I can't disobey the great honorary president's words. Heavenly Elixir sect. Lin Yi was suddenly a little puzzled. Don't they refine high-level medicinal pills? They also want to occupy the market for level 1 and level 2 medicinal pills. I'm not sure what's going on. Suddenly, Elder Kong from the Heavenly Elixir sect came to our Cultivator Trade Association to cooperate. They are responsible for providing a large number of level 1 and level 2 medicinal pills to us, and they signed an agreement with the great honorary president to exclusively supply medicinal pills to us. Vice President Ouyang explained, so I hope Mr. Ling can forgive us. Elder Kong. Lin Yi frowned and immediately thought of Kong Mingming. This kid wanted to cut off his source of wealth, but how did he know that he came here to sell medicinal pills? Could it be that he sent someone to investigate? But what was his purpose in doing this? At most, this would cut off his source of wealth, but it would not hurt his foundation. This would at most disgust him. Could it be that it was to disgust him? In this way, Lin Yi could not help but admire Kong Mingming. He actually had such great ability to influence the decision of the Heavenly Elixir sect and let the alchemists of the Heavenly Elixir sect refine so many level 1 and level 2 medicinal pills in large quantities. How much manpower and material resources did it take? Moreover, although these level 1 and level 2 medicinal pills did not seem cheap, compared with level 3 medicinal pills, it was really a world of difference. Lin Yi could not imagine that the entire Heavenly Elixir sect would waste the physical strength and true chi of the alchemists to refine these garbage just to disgust him. Was there something wrong with their heads? Yes, it is Elder Kong. He is a newly promoted elder of the Heavenly Elixir sect. It is said that his words in the Heavenly Elixir sect carry a lot of weight. Vice President Ouyang said, so, Mr. Ling, I hope you will not make things difficult for me. I have no other choice. Chapter 3107. Thinking of this, Lin Yi could only say, then there's no other way. Let's cooperate again in the future. Yes, you also know that although our Cultivator Trading Association is not afraid of the Heavenly Elixir sect, we don't want to offend a powerful ancient sect because of such a small matter. This is not in line with our interests, and no matter how strong Mr. Ling is, he is only one person. Unless Mr. Ling can come up with enough background or enough benefits, it will be impossible to make our great-great honorary president change his mind. Vice President Ouyang said, after all, we are businessmen. Businessmen pursue profits. In addition to background, if the benefits are enough, we don't care about the Heavenly Elixir sect. It's just that the elixirs provided by the Heavenly Elixir sect, in terms of quality and price, are no weaker than yours, Mr. Ling, so I can't help you. I understand. As for reducing the price, Lin Yi did not think about it. After all, Han Jingjing was very busy now and did not have a lot of time to refine elixirs. If the elixirs were sold at a cheaper price, Lin Yi would not be able to make much profit. This kind of business was not long-term, so Lin Yi was too lazy to let Vice President Ouyang fight for it. He just changed the topic and asked, "Excuse me, how is the matter with the Dongfang family? Have they sent anyone to ask about it?" The Dongfang clan only asked me once through our president. However, I said that it was because a member of their clan had a conflict with someone when they were buying medicinal ingredients, causing the elder of the Dongfang clan to be beaten to death. However, the murderer ran very quickly, so we didn't see what he looked like. Vice President Ouyang said, "Mr. Ling, at present, it is only the president who is pressuring me. I can still help you cover it up. But if it is the great-great honorary president who asks about it, I can't do anything." I understand. Lin Yi nodded. In this case, thank you, Vice President Ouyang. Wow, it turns out that you are in cahoots with each other. My brother died so miserably. While Lin Yi and Vice President Ouyang were talking, Dongfang Hao rushed in. He was here to investigate the cause of Dongfang Jian's death. Of course, he was also a cautious person. He didn't ask anyone he met. Instead, he used his divine sense and mental strength to sense what the other people in the Cultivator Trade Association market were talking about. When he suddenly heard Vice President Ouyang and Lin Yi's conversation, he was instantly enraged and rushed over with a ferocious expression. The other party was an expert at the peak of the middle stage of heaven rank. Lin Yi's strength was lower than his, so it was difficult for him to sense his existence. Only when he revealed his strength did he realize that something was wrong. Boom! A loud sound rang out. Vice President Ouyang's office door was kicked open. Dongfang Hao appeared in front of them. "Who are you?" Vice President Ouyang frowned. He had naturally heard what Dongfang Chang had said earlier, and he could vaguely guess what was going on. He just didn't dare to confirm it. "Who am I?" "I am the brother of the deceased Dongfang Jian, Dongfang Jiang. So it was you two who colluded with each other to kill my brother. Today, all of you must die." Dongfang Chang sneered and started chanting. A pair of pitchforks appeared in his hands. Obviously, it was his heaven-ranked divine weapon. Lin Yi immediately frowned. He could indeed kill an expert at the peak of the middle stage of heaven rank, but that was based on a sneak attack when the opponent wasn't paying attention. Now, the expert in front of him was going all out and even took out a heaven-ranked divine weapon. This made Lin Yi nervous. If he said that he was confident, he would be bragging. Therefore, Lin Yi shouted, "Vice President Ouyang, let's attack together. Otherwise, both of us will die today." Vice President Ouyang's expression suddenly changed. He could see that the person in front of him was very fierce. Dongfang Chang might have heard what he said before. Although he didn't kill Dongfang Jian, Dongfang Chang obviously didn't care. He regarded him as an accomplice of Lin Yi and was prepared to kill him together. After hesitating for a moment, Vice President Ouyang also knew that today's matter wouldn't end peacefully. Hence, he didn't stay any longer. He stretched his hand out from under his desk and a huge saber appeared in his hands. This was his heaven-ranked divine weapon. The huge saber glowed with a dark blue light, and was clearly a top-grade divine weapon. Vice President Ouyang's cultivation technique was of the water element, and he had an elder of the second honorable president with him. Hence, the weapon in his hands definitely wouldn't be inferior. Just as Vice President Ouyang took out the blue blade, Dongfang Chang had already moved. His hand slightly shook and suddenly, a woo-woo sound came from the pitchfork. It was as if it came from the depths of hell. A terrifying killing intent leaped out. That terrifying killing intent seemed to have materialized along with the sound as it was transmitted towards Lin Yi and Vice President Ouyang. Not good. Don't listen. Lin Yi's jade pendant suddenly transmitted a strong warning signal. Lin Yi knew that there was a problem with the sound and shouted at Vice President Ouyang. When Vice President Ouyang heard the sound, he was slightly stunned. His eyes had already become sluggish. At this moment, when he was shouted at by Lin Yi, he immediately sobered up and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. The sound of the pitchfork was like a demonic sound. It instantly confused Vice President Ouyang's mind. This was a method that could affect the mind of others. If it wasn't for Lin Yi's reminder, he might have already become a ghost under Dongfang Chang's pitchfork. Although this matter was caused by Lin Yi and Dongfang Jian was killed by Lin Yi, Vice President Ouyang was still very grateful to Lin Yi. After all, Dongfang Chang didn't care so much. In his eyes, Vice President Ouyang was also a participant and would die without a doubt. A puny heaven rank early stage was actually able to see through my demonic sound. Not bad. However, with the strength of the two of you, it is impossible for you to join hands and kill my big brother. Tell me, who else is your accomplice? I can give you a quick death and save you from being tortured. Dongfang Chang coldly snorted and arrogantly asked. If you want to know, then you'll have to beat us first. Lin Yi didn't give Dongfang Chang a chance to speak. The Fushi 9 needles in his hand shot towards Dongfang Chang. Dongfang Chang's face suddenly became very ugly. He didn't think that Lin Yi would dare to take the initiative and ruin his plan. Chapter 3108. But because of this, Dongfang hard lost his patience. He raised his pitchfork and leaped towards Lin Yi. He could see that although Lin Yi was a heaven-rank early-stage expert, he was stronger than Vice President Ouyang and was able to see through his plans several times. Therefore, he decided to get rid of Lin Yi first before getting the truth out of Vice President Ouyang's mouth. Brat, you're courting death. Dongfang hard waved his pitchfork and blocked Lin Yi's Fushi 9 needles. With Lin Yi's heaven-rank early-stage strength, he had no advantage against Dongfang hard who was at the peak of heaven-rank mid-stage. On the other hand, Vice President Ouyang's blue saber was extremely fierce. After Lin Yi made his move, Vice President Ouyang also made his move. The blue saber and the pitchfork collided, creating a thunderous sound. Dongfang hard was actually pushed back a step, but Vice President Ouyang was in a much more miserable state. He was pushed back 4 or 5 steps and almost fell to the ground. Lin Yi did not delay. Taking advantage of the fact that Dongfang hard had yet to recover, he suddenly activated the 9th style of Raging Fire 8 trigrams palm and smashed it towards Dongfang hard. However, Dongfang hard was already on guard against Lin Yi. Seeing Lin Yi's martial skill coming towards him, he subconsciously dodged to the side. Although he didn't think that a heaven-rank early-stage expert like Lin Yi would be able to cause much damage to him, he didn't want to be injured. What he didn't expect was that he actually dodged correctly. When he saw Lin Yi's martial skill, he was a little dumbfounded. This was equivalent to the 15th style of heaven-rank martial skill. If this hit his body, he would either die or be seriously injured. But, how could Lin Yi use such a powerful martial skill? Until now. Dongfang hard finally understood. His brother was really killed by Lin Yi. There was no need for anyone else to do anything. He had probably already fallen into Lin Yi's trap. Even so, half of Dongfang hard's body was still burning with pain after being swept by Lin Yi's Raging Fire 8 trigram palm. His meridians had also suffered heavy internal injuries, causing Dongfang Heart to be extremely angry. Demonic tuning fork. Kid. Die. At the same time Dongfang Hao shouted, the two steel forks in his hands once again emitted a woo-woo-woo sound, causing Lin Yi's mind to be distracted. It was as if his entire body was in a strange illusion. However, Lin Yi was already on guard against Dongfang Hao's tuning forks. At the same time the tuning fork sounded, Lin Yi also roared loudly. Dark Demon Hell Fist. Lin Yi's voice was very loud, using his voice to cover up the sound of the tuning fork. Since you want to play dirty tricks with me, I'll give it to you. I'll accompany you then. Lin Yi thought. Dongfang Hao was using the demonic tuning fork with all his might. He didn't dare to fight Lin Yi head-on now. That move just now had already made him a little afraid. So he was prepared to let Lin Yi lose his mind before making a move, but he didn't expect that. Lin Yi shouted loudly. He didn't know what he was calling for, but not only did Lin Yi not lose his mind, he even threw a punch. Dongfang Hao was using the demonic tuning fork with all his might. It was too late to dodge. Fortunately, he saw that the power of Lin Yi's punch was not as strong as before. He was confident that he could take it head-on, so he didn't mind. At this moment, Lin Yi was gritting his teeth. This was the last fight. The Raging Fire 8 Trigram Palm's ninth form had almost drained all of Lin Yi's physical strength, but it didn't do anything to Dongfang Hao. So, Lin Yi could only use another ultimate move that he learned from Zhang Naipeo. But what surprised Lin Yi was that Dongfang Hao didn't dodge. Instead, he wanted to take it head-on. This time, Dongfang Hao was 100% sure. A beam of red light shot out from Lin Yi's fist, directly entering Dongfang Jiao's mind. In the next moment, Dongfang Jiao didn't even have time to react before he felt an endless sea of fire surging towards him. He could even feel the waves of heat, and he subconsciously let out a scream, his eyes filled with shock. Vice Chairman Ouyang, kill him. After activating the Raging Hell Fist, Lin Yi sat on the ground with a thud. He had used up all the strength in his body, and he couldn't use any more moves. He couldn't even stand up. Vice Chairman Ouyang paused. Although he didn't understand what was going on with Dongfang Hao, he still followed Lin Yi's instructions and slashed at Dongfang Hao's head. But Vice Chairman Ouyang was a step too slow, and missed the best opportunity. Dongfang Hao had already woken up from the sea of hellfire, and returned to reality. He often used these demonic realms and illusions to trick people, and now that he had been tricked by Lin Yi, he was able to quickly wake up, but his heart was filled with shock. He finally knew that his big brother's death wasn't undeserved. Even he himself was almost done for. Swoosh! The sharp blue sword slashed down from the right side of Dongfang Hao's head, directly slicing off half of his eye and the entire ear, as well as the side of his skull. You're from the Everyday and Everyday sect. Dongfang Hao glared at Lin Yi with hatred. He didn't want to fight anymore and flew out of Ouyang's office, disappearing in a flash. Although Dongfang Hao was seriously injured, one of his eyeballs was destroyed, and his head was also severely injured. It wasn't enough to kill a peak heaven rank middle stage expert. However, he couldn't continue fighting, and he was already afraid of Lin Yi. If Lin Yi used another demonic hell fist, as long as he was distracted for a moment, he would definitely die. And so, Dongfang Hao ran away. Revenge, of course, but that was against the Everyday and Everyday sect. He didn't care about this person in front of him anymore. The monk could run, but the temple couldn't. Most importantly, the Dongfang House and the Everyday and Everyday sect had a deep grudge against each other. Dongfang Jian could be said to be nothing, but Dongfang Balu was the most outstanding member of the younger generation of the Dongfang House, and now that he had died in the hands of the Everyday and Everyday sect, would the Dongfang House just let it go? When Dong Fang Hao heard Lin Yi say, demonic hell fished, he didn't suspect anything at all. It wasn't a secret that Dong Fang Bulu had died to Naipeo's demonic hell fished, and Dong Fang Hao was also a practitioner of a similar art. He had studied the demonic hell fished before, and it was very similar to what he had experienced just now. This was also why he was certain that Lin Yi was from the Everyday and Everyday sect. Chapter 3109. He wanted the Dongfang family to blame Dongfang Jian's death on the Everyday and Everyday sect. Mr. Ling, this Dongfang Hao is not a simple person. His methods are incredible. Even with our combined efforts, we still couldn't catch him. If he managed to escape, I'm afraid that our plan has already been exposed. Vice President Ouyang said worriedly. I'm fine. He thinks I'm from the Everyday and Everyday sect, but I'm worried about you. Lin Yi said. Hee, Mr. Ling, you don't have to worry about me. He's only here once. When he gets back, he'll understand that I was merely pressured by the Everyday and Everyday sect and didn't tell the truth. The Dongfang family won't dare to clash with our Cultivator Trade Association. It's not like I don't have a backer, Vice President Ouyang said nonchalantly. That's good. Lin Yi nodded, then I'll take my leave first. I need to go back and prepare. Okay, Mr. Ling, you be careful too. Vice President Ouyang and Lin Yi had established a friendship during the battle. The two of them were now on the same side. Vice President Ouyang was afraid of Lin Yi at first, but now, it was more like a concern between friends. Thank you. Lin Yi nodded gratefully. He felt that Vice President Ouyang was a good person. If there was a chance in the future, he could cooperate with him. Without saying much, Lin Yi left Vice President Ouyang's office and prepared to return to the villa. The arrival of Dongfang Chang made Lin Yi feel a sense of crisis. If the other party didn't use a heaven-grade weapon, then Lin Yi's chances of winning were very high. However, once the other party used a heaven-grade weapon, Lin Yi's advantage would be gone. Lin Yi swore to become a blacksmith as soon as possible. He believed that only by successfully refining a weapon that matched the art of dragon mastery could he regain his previous advantage. However, the fact that the Heavenly Elixirs sect had cut off Lin Yi's source of income from elixirs made Lin Yi very unhappy. Kong Mingming was really a haunting ghost. He could jump out at any time to mess things up. Thinking of this, Lin Yi directly called Kong Mingming. Oh. Wasn't that Lin Yi? Why did you call me? Kong Mingming pretended to be curious. In fact, he knew very well that once Lin Yi knew that the Cultivator Trade Association would no longer purchase his pills, he would definitely call to question him. Kong Mingming, are you so bored that your balls hurt? If you have time, why don't you refine a chi gathering pill for me? It seems like you're very energetic to refine a level 1 or level 2 pill. Lin Yi asked coldly, when are you going to give me my chi gathering pill? This. You're talking about the Cultivator Trade Association. I didn't refine it. It's the Heavenly Elixir sect's business changes. I'm just the spokesperson. Kong Mingming said, I did this to nurture a batch of alchemists. The purpose of doing this was to nurture a batch of alchemists. They couldn't possibly throw away the first and second grade dawn that they refined, right? We found the Cultivator Trade Association to cooperate with. Because the supply price is relatively low, we want to be the exclusive supplier. You can't blame me for this, this is how the market is. Just like when our Miracle Dr. Kong company went bankrupt because of your Miracle Dr. Guan company, we couldn't do anything about it, we couldn't do anything about it either. Is that so? Lin Yi was speechless at Kong Mingming's words. It was clearly a sophistry, but Lin Yi couldn't do anything to Kong Mingming because of this. After all, this was a normal competition. Lin Yi. If he wanted to turn this round, he could only use a similar method. At least, Lin Yi couldn't go against the Heavenly Elixir sect openly. After all, the young master of the Heavenly Elixirs sect had helped him once. Lin Yi couldn't be ungrateful, right? Even Lin Yi was puzzled. What was the relationship between him and the young master of the Heavenly Elixir sect? Why would the young master suddenly help him? But no matter what, Lin Yi could only find other ways to earn money. The path of selling pills wouldn't work. Lin Yi returned home with the pills. Su Shihan was practicing singing in the living room. Yushu was sitting on the sofa in a daze. She didn't have the usual joy. "Shu, what are you doing?" Lin Yi walked into the living room and asked curiously. "Oh, Shield bro, you are back. I was worried." Yao Yao sis went to the Dark Palace. "I don't know how she is. She didn't call home." Yushu sighed and said unhappily. "She should be fine. She didn't call. Maybe she hasn't finished the handover. Let's wait." Lin Yi comforted. In fact, Lin Yi was also worried. "Okay." Yushu nodded. "Shihan and I are recording a song for Yao Yao sis." Shihan sang a record for Yao Yao sis. "We are going to send it to Yao Yao sis." "Okay, you guys continue. I'm going back to practice." Lin Yi's strength had just recovered. He still had to think of a countermeasure. Dongfang Hao alone had already caught him off guard. If a few stronger masters from the Dongfang family appeared, Lin Yi really wouldn't know what to do. Just as Lin Yi guessed, Meng Yao had arrived at the Dark Palace today. But she had a lot of things to do. When the Grand Elder asked when Meng Yao was going to hold the ceremony, the mist didn't answer his question. "Where's my mom?" "Ugh. This." The Grand Elder didn't expect Meng Yao to ask this as soon as she arrived at the Dark Palace. He answered, "Palace Master Wan is currently in the courtyard at the back of the mountain. That's where you will be staying from now on." "Then why don't you bring me there?" "If I'm not happy, I'll just go back," Meng Yao said. "This. Please." The Grand Elder had no choice but to bring Meng Yao to see Yiwan first. As for the way back, she had already arranged to receive the inheritor. The ceremony could only be postponed by the black-clothed elder. As for Meng Yao, the Grand Elder had seen her quite clearly on the way here. She had the temperament of a young miss, and she wouldn't argue with you if things didn't go her way. She'd just keep quiet, and the Grand Elder had no choice but to compromise. If Meng Yao had been brought back when she was young, this wouldn't have happened. Now that Meng Yao's temper was out, how could he expect her to work for the Dark Palace without any regrets? The obvious possibility. No. Chapter 31:10. Where's that bitch Yiwan her? The Grand Elder was getting annoyed. She grabbed a disciple on duty and barked. She wanted Meng Yao to see Yiwan as soon as possible and go to the welcoming ceremony. But now, the more anxious she was, the more she didn't see Yiwan Naturally, she was annoyed. Elder Yi went to the welcoming ceremony, she's not here. The disciple said quickly. Oh. The Grand Elder nodded and was about to tell Meng Yao that her mother had gone to the ceremony, so she should go too. She'd be able to see her when she saw Meng Yao's murderous gaze. She jumped up. "Miss, what's wrong with you now?" The Grand Elder was getting a little scared on the way, but for the future of the Dark Palace, she had to endure it. This inheritor didn't listen to her, so she could only pacify her. "Who are you calling a bitch?" "You old bitch." Meng Yao glared at the Grand Elder. Ugh. This. What I meant was, why isn't Yiwan coming out to see people? She's seeing people, not bitch. The Grand Elder quickly explained. Humph. Meng Yao humphed coldly, lead the way. All right. The Grand Elder wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Thank goodness Meng Yao didn't hold it against him. Otherwise, there'd be no end to this. Yuan-er's emotions were very complicated and perturbed. She didn't know that the new palace master was her daughter, Meng Yao. She was still worried about Meng Yao, because the Grand Elder said that she was going to kill Meng Yao before she left, and she didn't say who the inheritor was. How could she not be worried? Miss Yuan-er, don't worry, the little miss is blessed by the heavens. She'll be fine. Maybe the Grand Elder found an inheritor, and he'll be so happy that he'll let the little miss go. Elderly said. Really? Yuan-er sighed. Although Elderly said so, she was still very worried. She knew the highest elder's temper. He would do what he said, but just as Yuan-er was worried, there was a burst of cheers. It was the new palace master, the heir of the Dark Palace. Everyone followed their rehearsal and clapped. The Dark Palace welcomes the new palace master. Yuan-er stiffly raised her head. However, when she saw the face of the palace master of trust, she was completely dumbfounded. Wasn't this Meng Yao? Although Yuan-er had never met Chu Meng Yao before, the black-clothed elder still remembered her. When she was in charge of the Dark Shadow group, she'd brought back a picture of Meng Yao. She looked exactly like Meng Yao when she was young. She didn't expect Meng Yao to come to the Palace of Darkness and become the new palace master. So, Yao Yao didn't die. She didn't get killed by the highest elder. She was the heir, the new palace master of darkness. But, while Yuan-er was happy for Meng Yao, she was also worried. It was good that Meng Yao wasn't dead, but entering the Palace of Darkness wasn't a good thing. Without freedom, although she was the palace master, she was restricted by the highest elder. She wasn't even as powerful as a normal elder, but, overall, Yuan-er was still a little happy. Meng Yao followed the highest elder up the stage, but she didn't make any speech or anything. She only looked at the highest elder and asked, "Where's my mom?" This. Palace Master Yao Yao, let's proceed with the inauguration ceremony first. After the ceremony is over, you will have plenty of time to reunite with your mother. Look, there are so many elders waiting down there. The highest elder quickly said. I'm asking you, where's my mom? Meng Yao's voice was cold. Am I the palace master or are they the palace masters? The palace master asked the elders to wait a little longer. Is there a problem? This. Of course there's no problem. In this palace of darkness, other than me, you're the most powerful. The highest elder quickly said that. Yuan-er, what are you waiting for? Get on the stage. Can't you be a little nicer? Meng Yao humphed, dissatisfied. My little miss, my attitude is good enough. The highest elder was speechless, but she was the most powerful person in the Palace of Darkness. No matter what she said, the elders wouldn't dare say anything. If Meng Yao wanted to do it first, then so be it. Below the stage, Yuan-er widened her eyes in shock. Her face was filled with disbelief. Meng Yao dared to go against the highest elder. And to talk to the highest elder in that tone. The most amazing thing was that the highest elder wasn't angry at all. He even called Meng Yao Little Miss. What was going on? The eyes of Elderly, who was beside Yuan-er, also flashed with a strange light and hope. It seemed that Little Miss' personality was completely different from Miss. It seemed like she had the highest elder in the palm of her hand. The other elders all understood one thing, the previous head of the Dark Palace was just a decoration, but from today onwards, the new head would be the second most powerful person after the Grand Elder. If Meng Yao wanted to kill someone, they had no doubt that the Grand Elder would agree with her. Let my mom look for me on the stage. Do you have any sense of seniority? I should be the one going down to look for my mom. With that, Meng Yao got off the stage and walked towards Yuan-er. Meng Yao saw Yuan-er as well, her eyes were shining with tears of excitement. Meng Yao hadn't seen her mother since she was young, but the moment she saw Yuan-er, she was sure that this was her mother. Because her appearance was very, very similar to his. Mom. Meng Yao couldn't help but run over and jump into Yi Weiner's arms. She couldn't stop the tears from flowing down her cheeks. Meng Yao had dreamed of reuniting with her mother for so many years, but she didn't think that they'd be separated after reuniting. Warner was about to leave, and Meng Yao was going to stay. Yao Yao. My daughter, I finally get to see you. Warner cried too, tears of joy. For reuniting with Meng Yao, for Meng Yao's strength. She knew that Meng Yao wouldn't be at a disadvantage in the Palace of Darkness in the future. She was the true palace master. She was completely different from a puppet palace master. Mom, no one will bully you anymore. You can go back and reunite with Daddy. Whoever dares to stop you, I'll kill him first. Meng Yao said. Chapter 31:11. When Qibing saw Meng Yao, he was dumbfounded. He never would have thought that Meng Yao would be able to become the palace master of the Dark Palace. He thought that Meng Yao and Lin Yi were dead. But, as shocked as he wasn't too afraid. After all, in the Dark Palace, it was the Grand Elder who had the final say, not the palace master. And so, Qibing changed his mind. He wanted to get close to the Grand Elder and sow discord between them. He wanted Meng Yao's position in the Dark Palace to plummet, even higher than Yi Weiner's position. Qibing believed that with his abilities, it wouldn't be too hard to do this. But, who would have thought that things weren't as he'd imagined? Meng Yao, the palace master, seemed to be extremely powerful, and even the Grand Elder had to be afraid of her. This made Xiao Qibing very worried, and when Meng Yao said that she'd kill anyone who tried to stop Yi Weiner, Xiao Qibing was so scared that he wet his pants. He couldn't help but be scared. He only realized now that the Dark Palace was Meng Yao's turf. A new era had come, and the days where the Grand Elder had the final say were long gone. Now, Meng Yao's appearance meant that she, Meng Yao, had the final say in the Dark Palace. Even the Grand Elder had to respect Meng Yao's opinion, lowering his voice when Meng Yao yelled at him. Qibing wanted to jump out and stop her. He wanted to make Meng Yao and Lin Yi unhappy, but now, he could only stay silent, unless he wanted to die. Go back. Yi Weiner paused after hearing Meng Yao's words. If I go back, what will you do here? How lonely will it be? It's fine, Mom. No one dares to bully me in the Dark Palace, right? Grand Elder. Meng Yao turned to the Grand Elder. Of course, whoever dares to bully the palace master, I'll be the first to take his life. The Grand Elder quickly said. If that's the case, I can accept the inheritance and cultivate with peace of mind. Mother, you should be relieved too, right? The Grand Elder had already expressed his attitude, so Meng Yao naturally couldn't just sit back and do nothing. She had to respond, hinting to the Grand Elder that she could only train in peace after Yi Weiner left. Firstly, she had promised the Grand Elder that she would train, and secondly, it was also a hint to the Grand Elder. Only Yi Weiner left. Only then would she obediently cultivate. Weiner looked at the High Elder in astonishment. She hadn't expected the High Elder to say something like that. It seemed that his daughter was much stronger than him. In the future, in the Dark Palace, he couldn't afford to lose out. Then, I'll go back and take a look. When I miss you in the future, I'll bring your father to visit you again, Yao Yao. Yi Weiner actually wanted to go back as well. Since Meng Yao was fine, she really wanted to go back. Well, you can come anytime. If it's not convenient, I can go and visit you. After all, it's a bit far, and I'm afraid it'll be inconvenient for you guys. Meng Yao said. Daddy's just a normal person, he can't handle it. That's fine, I'll send a car to pick them up. The Grand Elder said quickly. She was afraid that Meng Yao would delay her training if she went back to Donghai, so she'd rather send someone to pick up Yuana and Pingzhan. That's still a long journey, right? The eldest young miss thought for a moment and asked, is there a cultivation method that is suitable for Daddy to cultivate and is easier to do? After all, Pingzhan was old, and he wasn't a practitioner. But Meng Yao wanted him to live a long life, so how could he let go of this opportunity? About this, Yuana, you can go to the library later and see if there's anything suitable. The Grand Elder said. Thank you, Grand Elder. Yuana was pleasantly surprised. She didn't think that her life would be filled with hope all of a sudden, all because of her daughter. What are you thanking me for? I'm the Palace Master of the Dark Palace, and you're my mother, as well as the previous Palace Master. What's the difference between the Palace of Dark Palace and our own? Meng Yao said. Right, Grand Elder. Of course. The Grand Elder said quickly. Qibing's heart was cold. It was over, it was all over. The Palace of Dark Palace had become Meng Yao's world, and his future was going to be tough. What should he do? Zhao Qibing fell into deep thought. He had to find a new way out. Right, is there a foundation pill or something? My dad's so old, and it's hard enough for him to practice. Even Qibing has taken a qi gathering pill, and my dad hasn't. Is it okay? Meng Yao asked. Foundation pill. The Grand Elder was very troubled. He wasn't the one who told her dad to practice, she was the one who suggested it. Now you're saying that it's hard to practice without a foundation pill. Are you trying to trick me? Plus, Qibing's foundation egg wasn't provided by the Palace of Dark Palace, it was from the hidden house Zhao. But, as unhappy as the Grand Elder was, she still said, we don't have that. You know that the Palace of Dark Palace doesn't have a refiner, but we do have some ingredients, but they're not finished products. Oh, the ingredients don't matter. Lin Yi knows how to concoct pills, so give them to me. Meng Yao didn't hold back at all. Mom, you can just take the ingredients for the pill later and let Lin Yi make it for you. Okay, Yao Yao. Wan saw how confident Meng Yao was, and her heart skipped a beat. She wondered what the relationship between Lin Yi and Meng Yao was. If he was just a bodyguard, he wouldn't listen to Meng Yao like this, would he? But Wan didn't ask. After all, she hadn't raised her daughter since she was young, and it wasn't her place to ask about her daughter's private life. The Grand Elder finally sent Wan away and let out a sigh of relief. Although Wan took a lot of good stuff from the Palace of Dark Palace, the Grand Elder couldn't care less about it. Sending her away so that Meng Yao could practice in peace was the Grand Elder's biggest wish. Meng Yao, on the other hand, didn't say anything. She followed the Grand Elder's wishes and participated in the ceremony. After that, under the worship of the disciples, she became the new Palace Master of Dark Palace. Zhao Qibing. The first thing Meng Yao did as the new Palace Master was to punish Zhao Qibing. Palace Master, your disciple, is here. Zhao Qibing was sweating profusely, regretting his choice. Of all the ancient sects he could have chosen, why did he have to choose the Palace of Dark Palace?